FM 1021 and AM 1450. Yankton's home team.
The following is a presentation of Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT, a Riverfront sports property. Mount Marty football on KYNT is brought to you by Les Schwab Tires, Core Trust Bank, Dakota Beverage, Aztec, Dakota Mac, Parker Hannafin, Conkling Distributing, Runza, Avera, Gernsner Oil, Mason Schramm and the Move Group, Pizza Ranch, Sherco, The Meat Lodge, Foreman Charters, Slowey Management, and Lewis and Clark Ford. Now we go live to the field with Steve Thum and Tehl Tanner for Mount Marty Lancers football on KYNT.
It's Saturday afternoon. You know what that means. College football right here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum with you. We are broadcasting live from Open Space Park here in Sioux Center, Iowa, home of the 10th-ranked Dordt Defenders. They play host today to the Mount Marty Lancers GPAC football action. Sunny skies, 57 degrees at the moment. Little bit of a wind here in this open area on the east side of Sioux Center, Iowa. We're expecting a high of 60 degrees. There is a chance of rain, but not until later tonight. We should have great playing conditions. Tehl, this is October football.
It is October football, and I'm very, very happy about the temperature, we should say, because, man, we've had snow at this time of year in different years, so yeah. I'm pretty happy to have 60 degrees. We're sitting pretty happy right now. But that wind you mentioned, that's going to be a factor today. It's coming in between 15 and 20 miles an hour right now, and you said it. This stadium is named Open Space Park for a reason. There's literally open space everywhere around. I love how descriptive that name is because that's exactly what it is. There are really no tall buildings and no trees surrounding the stadium like the Lancer fans at Yankton know. The tree coverage and the buildings in the area kind of take away from the wind. Not here. It's blowing, and those kicks, those throws deep downfield, the punts, there's going to be skewed a little bit today.
The Lancers coming off a big win last Saturday night on the road in Crete, Nebraska, beating Doane 31-14. For that particular game, we'll talk a little bit more in detail, but the Lancers really turned it on in the second half of that game, Tehl.
Yeah, they did. They turned it on in the second half. They were trailing at halftime 14-13 on the road at Doane, the team that had beat them by exactly 1 point both of the last 2 years. They were trailing by exactly 1 point at halftime, and I think they kind of woke up and realized, you know what, I'm sick of this. Let's get something rolling here, and that's exactly what they did. Right at the start of the second half, Doane's offense comes out on the field. They get shut down by the Lancer defense. They have to punt it away, and an 80-yard punt return touchdown then ensues by Daniel Pierce, the safety for the Lancers that was named Special Teams Player of the Week for that 80-yard punt return touchdown. Lancers go up in the third quarter. They never look back. They control the ball for more than 13 of the 15 minutes in the fourth, or just under 13 minutes of the 15 minutes in the fourth quarter. Running out the clock, they win 31-14.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show for Lancer football. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. The opponent today, as tough as they come, not just in the GPAC, but in the country, number 10 ranked Dordt Defenders, coming off a good season last year, 8-2, but they didn't make the playoffs. They, along with Concordia, were on the outside looking in, but the Defenders have just been rolling through the season. They are 5-0, and they've only had one close game so far.
Yeah, they've been just rolling, just straight up rolling. They have been defeating opponents by a massive margin, 66-7. 41-0, 51-0, 59-7. Those are the other 4 games on their schedule. They are averaging nearly 50 points a game. They have pitched 2 shutouts in 2 games where they allow only 7 points. They're averaging on the season defensively under 7 points a contest. It's utter domination just through and through.
Yeah, their only close game was against the Northwestern. That was on the road back on September 27, 21-20, the final score in that particular contest. Dordt is winning games so far this year by an average of 41 points per game. They have been dominant, and Joel Penner really has turned this program around. When he came in, he brought in a new attitude, and they have responded. They have made the playoffs. They have won playoff games in the past, and they are ranked in the top 10 coming into today's game. This is going to be a major, major test for the Lancers. They know they are going to have to play mistake-free football on the road here today in Sioux Center. We're expecting a huge crowd here today, Tehl, for this contest.
Yes, we are, because it's homecoming, and we can see how big the crowd is going to be. Literally see it an hour before the game, because the entirety of the stadium in front of us is all spots reserved. Everybody came here early and laid out blankets, taped blankets to the seats, and it is complete wall to wall.
Yeah.
It's so full that I thought there must be some sort of like donation or something going on, like bring blankets for something.
Yeah.
That's how full it is. Every single spot. Somebody came here early this morning, or maybe even yesterday, and reserved a seat, because that is how many people are going to be here. It's going to be 100% packed.
Yeah, it is very bright here today, too. Sunny skies, a few clouds. Again, there's a 15% chance of rain, but that is not expected until later tonight, so we should have good playing conditions. We talked about the wind, but also looking up into that bright sky for high-arcing passes, for punts, for kickoffs coming down. That could play a factor in today's game as well here at Open Space Park here in Sioux Center, Iowa. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. We've got a lot to tell you about, because it's been a busy week in the Great Plains Athletic Conference, coming off a big weekend of football. In a few moments, we're going to turn things over to the commissioner, Corey Westra. He'll have the GPAC Saturday football report, and we'll also be hearing from both head coaches. They know how important a matchup is for this particular contest. For Dordt, they can't afford to look by Mount Marty, as their schedule is kind of backloaded with the tougher teams as far as the preseason polls. And for Mount Marty, they know a win here could play a major, major role in having a not just back-to-back winning seasons, but maybe something a little extra on top of that. So we've got that in store for you. Plus, we have a player profile. Tell who we got.
Talking to the man we talked about just a second ago, Daniel Pierce. Daniel Pierce, the strong safety for the Lancers, who has 30 tackles, near the top of the team in those 3 interceptions on the year, and the current special teams player of the week in the GPAC after an 80-yard punt return touchdown last week. We spoke with him about that, about the win over Doane and Dordt.
And also, we want to make sure we mention this, a very important interview coming up at halftime.
Yeah.
It's Dr. Mark Brown.
Yeah, the new president of Mount Marty University. I had the pleasure of being at his introductory press conference and hearing what he had to say there. If you didn't, we're going to play that here at halftime, snippet from his press conference. And I liked what he said there, so we're gonna hear a little more from him at halftime.
So there's a lot going on here as we are in the middle of the season. It's Dordt at 5-0, Mount Marty 4-2. They are receiving votes in the latest poll, are the Lancers. It's a big matchup here in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout, and we'll come back with the GPAC Saturday Football Report, hosted by the commissioner, Corey Westra. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Farming is hard work. Between managing crops, livestock, and equipment, there's not much time left to handle financing and loans. At Dakota Mac, we can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a full-time farmer, an investor, or a young and beginning farmer, we're here for you for all your ag lending needs. Let Dakota Mac help you work smarter, not harder.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
This is the GPAC Football Saturday Report for Saturday, October 18. Brought to you by the Great Plains Athletic Conference and Dakota Mac, a division of First Dakota National Bank and presenting sponsor of the GPAC Network. On your GPAC Football Saturday Report this week, let's begin with the scoreboard from around the conference last Saturday. Northwestern defeated Briarcliff in Sioux City. The final score was 28-0. Midland was a winner in double overtime at Concordia, 60-52. Dordt wins at Waldorf in Forest City, 59-7. Morningside a winner in Mitchell over Dakota Wesleyan, 49-17. And Mount Marty wins in Crete over Doane. The final was 31-14. Let's go now to the Hoffman America Sports Football Players of the Week. Offensively, Brody Johnson, quarterback from Midland, takes the honor. The junior from North Bend, Nebraska, had a big day in Midland's double overtime win over Concordia. He threw for 424 yards, 7 touchdowns on 37 completions in the game. And for his efforts, Brody Johnson was named the NAIA National Offensive Player of the Week. Jackson Smythe, linebacker from Northwestern, is the Defensive Player of the Week. The sophomore from T, South Dakota, led the Red Raiders with a career-high 9 tackles and 1.5 tackles for loss in the win at Briarcliff. And Daniel Pierce from Mount Marty, a return specialist and defensive back, is the Special Teams Player of the Week. The junior from Oxnard, California, had a punt return of 80 yards for a touchdown in that win over Doane for Mount Marty. And that's a look back at last week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Coming up after the break, we'll preview this week in GPAC football. The GPAC Football Saturday Report rolls on, but first this from Dakota Mac.
When people ask what is Dakota Mac, the first thing I let people know is that it's a division of First Dakota. Always has been, hopefully always will be. And we work with bankers, most notably our First Dakota bankers and our Dakota Mac loan production offices. And then we work with producers out there to offer competitive long-term fixed-rate financing for ag producers.
Dakota Mac is a division of First Dakota National Bank. For more, go to dakotamac.com.
Welcome back to the GPAC Football Saturday Report for October 18. It's a 4-game week this Saturday in the GPAC. Let's go right to the schedule. We'll start at Lloyd Wilson Field in Hastings, Nebraska, where the Broncos of Hastings College will host Concordia and the Bulldogs. At Midland in Fremont, the Warriors will be at home, and they will host Briarcliff and the Chargers. Dordt is at home this week as well in Sioux Center, where the Defenders will take on the Lancers of Mount Marty. And the rivalry renewed this year in Orange City, with Northwestern hosting Morningside at Develois Stadium. Corver Field kickoff is set for 1 o'clock. 4 games this week around the Great Plains Athletic Conference for football. The 5th NAIA football poll came out earlier this week. No change at the top. Grandview remains the number 1 team in the country at 5-0. All 16 first-place votes went to the Vikings. Kaiser is ranked number 2. Benedictine is in at number 3. Morningside holds in that number 4 spot once again nationally. Friends is at number 5. Montana Tech is ranked 6. Lindsey Wilson 7. St. Thomas, Florida is 8. Campbellsville is 9. And Dordt has now moved into the top 10 of the NAIA. The Defenders are ranked number 10 this week in the national poll. And receiving votes from the GPAC, Concordia, Northwestern, and Mount Marty. This has been your GPAC Football Saturday Report for October 18. I'm Corey Westra.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott are Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Sherco, the industry leader in tarping, has done it again with the release of the all-new Sherlock E-Series electric tarp. The E-Series features fully assembled front and rear arm, a pre-wired sealed control box, and Sherco's exclusive SmartWire sealed harness for quick and easy installation. Operate the E-Series with the SureLink EZR remote or by your smartphone using the SureLink app. Add more time to your day with the Sherlock E-Series. To learn more, contact your authorized Sherco distributor or find us at Sherco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sherco.
Long day, good day, either way, Yankton Pizza Ranch makes it easy. Our buffet is always ready with fresh pizzas, mouth-watering desserts, and the country's best chicken. No waiting, no stress, just grab a plate and enjoy. So when you need comfort made simple, make today a buffet day at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Buffet every day from 11 to 8.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
All right, back here in the pregame show from Coors Light and Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly as we turn to our player profile now from Lewis and Clark Ford, a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics, Lewis and Clark Ford, as we welcome in senior Daniel Pierce for the Mount Marty University football team, defensive back who is the special teams GPAC player of the week. Daniel, thank you for joining me here today, and congrats on the special teams player of the week, that 80-yard punt return touchdown. That was something.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
So tell me, first things first, let's get to that 80-yard special teams touchdown right away in the second half. Kind of turned the tide of that game down in Doane a little bit. What was going through your head as you caught that ball? Because there were guys all around you. I was expecting a fair catch, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, as I was catching the ball, all my coaches know I don't like to fair catch the ball. So I caught it, saw there were people around me, made the first guy miss, and then after that, it was just all my blocking. I was really appreciative for all my blockers and just had it laying up the sideline. Ended up working out.
And we talk about the finish to the game versus Doane. One of the things that is just so cool, in that fourth quarter, you had the two-score lead there, up 31-14 about. They had a late field goal, Mount Marty did, to kind of seal it. But your offense controlled the ball for about 15 of the last 18 minutes of the game. Doane's offense was on the field for just over 2 minutes total in the fourth quarter. What was it kind of like being able to just kind of sit back and watch your offense just run out the clock?
Amazing, honestly. Just the fact that we could watch them take control of the entire game for that last half, it was perfect. And I was telling the people on the sideline, like, we've been out for a minute. We got to keep our legs warm. Let's keep this going. And then as soon as we get out there, we just get some stops. And Brock with a game-sealing pick, I love it. Love to see it.
Yeah, it's not all for the offense. As I said, Doane was out there for about 2 minutes, and they got off the field quick because you forced them off the field. So well done there, and another good win. Let's turn now. Dordt, can you give me a little preview of how you've been prepping for the defenders?
Yes, they're a spread option team, so we got to be very disciplined. They're a fantastic team, very disciplined as well. And I think as long as we're able to secure the run and stop them on any type of trick plays that they want to do, I think we'll be all right.
Let's turn to you now for a second. We just talked about the accolade, special teams player of the week, and on the homecoming court as well. Lord Marvin, he's smiling here because he doesn't care about that stuff, but it's cool, man. It's good for you. I'm assuming your family loves it. Can you tell me about your family?
Yeah, my mom and sister are out there in California right now. My dad is in Florida with my oldest brother, and then my older brother lives in Tennessee with his girlfriend.
So all around, do they all get to tune in and watch the games? Do you get to talk to them every now and then?
Whenever they get the chance to, they like to watch, and then I'll get a text from them in the family group chat as well, telling me I did all right. So it's great.
Just
to see.
all right?
They're very proud of how well I've been doing so far.
Good, man. Let's go to the classroom. What's your major?
Psychology.
And you're graduating when?
May of 2026.
All right, let's talk about what's next then, because that's coming up, my guy. That is this upcoming spring. What's next after college?
So after college, probably end up going to the military. Still trying to decide Army or Navy, but if I do go Army, I'm going to get into psychological operations.
All right, man. So let's turn to the final couple of months of your college career. There's still about a half a season of football left. We're still in like mid-October. You got a whole year. What are some personal goals, not just for football, but for you as a student or just a person before you finish college?
So the main goal is to get a 4.0. I got one last semester, and I just want to keep that ball rolling. And then as for football, I want to stay with the team, hopefully make playoffs, and try to go as far as we can and make some school history.
Well, Daniel, I appreciate your time. Thanks for coming to talk with me today, and good luck against Dordt.
Thank you for having me.
That's Daniel Pierce, safety for the team and the GPAC Special Teams Player of the Week, punt returner as well. This is brought to you by Lewis and Clark Ford, proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. Our pregame show rolls on. When we return, you're listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football on KYNT.
Olson Pest Technicians is a family-owned business since 1966, and with over 50 years of pest management, they understand your issues, and their well-trained team will help you solve your pest problems. Issues with cockroaches, ants, bedbugs, bats, termites, spiders, rats, mice, or other creepy crawling pests? Olson Pest Technicians can treat and cure them. Right now, they can provide grain fumigation on the farm and do one-shots for homes to keep pests out for the winter. Call Olson Pest today, 800-KIL-BUGS.
Big things are happening at Parker of Yankton. With 2 new production lines coming soon, we're growing and hiring. We're looking for a product and a mechanical engineer, material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers for both first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance, quarterly profit sharing, 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. If you want to work with a team that's building the future right here in Yankton, now's the time. Competitive pay, benefits, and room to grow. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Those are the sounds of loyal companions looking for a new home and family. The Heartland Humane Society has dogs and cats looking to become a new member of your family, ready for adoption today. Every animal available for adoption is vaccinated, spayed or neutered, microchipped, and dewormed, saving you over $200 or more in vet care while giving you a loyal friend. Come visit all available animals at 3400 East Highway 50 Yankton or online at heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Buying or selling a home is a big decision. Work with someone who knows the ins and outs. I'm Deb Speck with Vision Real Estate, and with 20 years of experience, I will focus on the details while providing marketing knowledge, advice on staging, and negotiating to get your home sold. From start to finish, I'll guide you through the process, making sure nothing is overlooked. Call me, Deb Speck, Vision Real Estate, 605-664-5555.
This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show, getting you ready for Dordt and Mount Marty at the top of the hour here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. All right, let's take a closer examination of these two teams. We'll start off with the Lancers. Tehl, we mentioned at the top of the program here that big win against Doane. That broke that 2-game losing skid. Yep. Until I really think in the second half of that game, I saw the confidence restored for this Mount Marty football team.
Yeah, pretty much exactly that. You know, and we talked about it a little bit in our opening segment. Mount Marty controlled the ball. They got the ball with about 3 minutes left in the third quarter, and they go on 2 long drives, both around 9 minutes and then I think 7 minutes to close out the football game. They control the ball in the last 18 minutes of the game for more than 15 minutes. Like, it is incredible what they were able to do running out the clock on Doane. We talked about that a little bit with Daniel Pierce just a moment ago. He said it was really, really nice to just sit back with his defensive guys, and they had sat there so long, he was telling the sideline, hey, get loose. We got to get loose here or we're going to get stiff. That's how long the Mount Marty offense was on the field running out the clock. Certainly a confidence booster to be able to do that.
Absolutely. It kind of reminds me in baseball, when the batters are hitting, they're scoring a lot of runs, the pitcher sometimes has to stay loose because he may be in that dugout for 20, 30 minutes. Kind of the same situation there with the Lancers. As far as their defense, they got a huge, huge break in that second half. But make no doubt about it, the Lancer defense was playing extremely well in the second half of that game against Doane, where the Tigers looked pretty sharp in that first half. They were ahead at halftime, 14-13, but it was all Lancers in the second half, really sparked by that big 80-yard punt return for a touchdown by Daniel Pierce, and some interceptions in the second half as well by the Lancer defense.
Yeah, Luber sealing it with the game-sealing interception there, and we talk about the offense a lot because they deserve it after what they did in that second half, but the defense, they pitched a shutout in the second half as well. We talk about how the Lancer offense controlled the ball for more than 15 of the last 18. Doane had the ball twice in those last 18 minutes, and the Lancer defense just shut them out instantly. So that's absolutely a credit. It's a full team was able to get that win over Doane and get to 4 wins on the season already.
Yep, the running game was solid with Hirsch and Hartz, and Rugby Reichen had a very efficient half of football in that second half, throwing a lot of short passes, but it was just keep the chains moving. As Keith Jackson used to say, matriculating the ball down the field. They only got 3 points out of those 2 long drives, but they're already ahead. And the point really was wear down the clock and give Doane no time to respond. That's exactly what happened. 31-14, Lancers with the victory over the Doane Tigers. And now Rodney Brodnack's back in the starting lineup. He has played a little bit in at times over the last couple of games, but this is a good sign for the Lancers, Tehl.
Yes, it is. Rodney Brodnax, who was their number 1 target the first couple of weeks of the season, then suffered an injury, and we haven't seen him a whole lot pretty much since the Northwestern game when he was playing really well. Went down since in that one. Didn't see a whole lot of him in Briarcliff. Didn't see a whole lot of him in Concordia. Saw a little bit more down at Doane, and now he is back in the starting lineup. He has 178 yards and 4 touchdowns through the year. But now the Lancers have a very good problem on their hands. They've got a lot of mouths to feed on this offense. Their skill positions are starting to look deep now that they're healthy again. We're talking Rodney Brodnax, Zone Robinson, Jackson Walholtz, Jacob Carbajal, Jack Rowland, James Brinsley, Moshe Richmond. That's just the pass catchers, and all of those names I've mentioned have had massive games this season.
Think about this. Rodney Brodnax coming into today's game, 10 catches, 4 of them for touchdowns. All he does is just catch touchdowns.
That's what we used to say about Rex Reichen here. I love it.
And, again, Moshe Richmond really stepping up in this receiving core, except for Brodnax, pretty much all brand new. Wahols did see some playing time last year, but this is pretty much a new crew, and they are rounding into shape. And, of course, you got that 1-2 running game.
Kyle Hirsch, Malachi Hartz, one of the best, if not the best, 1-2 punch in the GPAC, call them Thunder and Lightning. Both of them averaging 4 yards a carry on the season, and both of them have receiving touchdowns as well. True dual threats. Both of them bounce off tackles. It's a great 1-2 punch. They call them Thunder and Lightning for a reason.
Rugby Reichen, 15 touchdowns, 6 interceptions, completing 62% of his passes. On the other side of the ledger, the Dordt defenders, they come at you in waves, and they are led by Noah Strickfaden, but he may not be playing today, or if he does, he may not be able to go long because he has been injured. So Colson Cruz may see some playing time. He's a senior. He started for him last year. And the 200-pounder out of Gowrie, Iowa, may be the man calling the signals today for Dordt. Literally, Tehl, this is going to be game time decision for head coach Joel Penner.
Yeah, it is. He's been a little banged up, and that's what the GPAC is. You got to have a couple of quarterbacks a lot of times. As the season goes on, you get a little banged up. So hopefully Strickfaden's going to be able to go. But if not, Colson Cruz, a name Lancer fans should be familiar with because he's been their starter the last couple of years. So no matter what, Dordt's going to have some experience at the helm today.
If it's Strickfaden, it's kind of more run-pass option.
Yep.
If it's Cruz, it's more of the straight-up old-school option play that the Dordt defenders will be running, and they come at you in waves. And what makes this team so difficult to defend is they have so many weapons. They just don't rely on one guy. This team spreads the ball all over the field.
Yeah, they do. They've got a lot of receivers that have logged catches on the season, but I will say their number one target by far, Elliott Beal, 460 yards through the air, 23 receptions, and 5 touchdowns. Easily their number one target. The next highest in yards and receiving yards is Rhett Williams with 195, and those are the only 2 guys with north of 100. And once again, Beal, 460 yards. That redshirt sophomore, absolutely their number one target through the air. On the ground, yeah, they are really able to run it through just about anybody. They have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different guys with more than 100 rushing yards on the season.
Yeah, and that includes Strickfaden. So this is a team that relies a lot on deception, making the defense guess wrong. And that'll be important today for Mount Marty. You heard Daniel Pierce about it. They have to stay disciplined, have to stay at home. They can't fall for all the ball fakes that Dordt is going to be sending their way throughout the afternoon. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. Dordt, again, beating opponents by an average of 41 points per game. They are coming off a win against Waldorf, 59-7, and in that game, that's when Strickfaden got shaken up. And as a head coach, I'm sure Joel Penner, any head coach would go, gosh, of all the games, we won handily at Waldorf, but that's the game where your quarterback gets a little dinged up.
Yeah, it's a tough thing. And now on homecoming, you got a game time decision. Hopefully Strickfaden's going to be good enough to go. And the Lancers, they're going to be doing their best to make him uncomfortable no matter who's in the backfield today.
Yeah, Strickfaden has thrown for 953 yards, 53% of his passes complete on the season, 10 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. But they may be going a lot more to the run today. Again, if it's Cruz at quarterback, he is more of a running quarterback. Although Strickfaden can run, he's got 30 carries, 242 yards. He is averaging over 8 yards a carry. He has scored 2 rushing touchdowns as well. This is a team that puts up a lot of points per contest. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back, and we'll hear from Coach Joel Penner of the Dordt Defenders. And that interview is being brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and the Holiday Inn Express. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout, come back with more of the Dakota Beverage pregame show. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
Take care of your spine. This is Dr. Mackenzie Erlinson from First Chiropractic Centers. And October is National Chiropractic Month. Almost 8 in 10 Americans suffer from back pain at some point in their lives. We seek to educate people about the importance of their spine in their overall health. Unlike many organs, when something goes wrong with your spine, it can't be transplanted. So it is important to address the cause of mobility and pain associated with the spine. First Chiropractic Centers, making life better, one adjustment at a time.
When it comes to insurance, clarity is everything. At Vision Insurance Group, they cut through the fine print so you know exactly what's covered and what's not. From home and auto to life, business, and long-term care, their experts design plans that fit your needs and your budget. Serving South Dakota, Iowa, and Nebraska, visit VisionInsuranceGRP.com for your personalized quote. Vision Insurance Group, protecting your future so you can live in the vision.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52. For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Small businesses are the backbone of our community. Core Trust helps your business thrive with checking, online bill pay, small business loans, credit card processing, local approval and support for government grants and loans, investments to grow your hard-earned assets, and insurance to protect them. All from Core Trust, the community bank that's right down the street and everywhere you want us to be. Visit CoreTrustBank.com today.
Member FDIC.
All right, welcome back into the pregame show, courtesy of Dakota Beverage. Whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, always remember, drink responsibly. Now for our opposing coach interview today, brought to you by the Fairfield by Marriott Holiday Inn Express. As we welcome in Coach Joel Penner of Dordt University, top 10. Once again, Coach, you're finally back in the top 10 in the NAIA poll. That's got to be good to be back up in there as we start things off here.
Obviously, yeah, it's an honor to be in an elite group, but as I keep reminding our staff and our team, it's the poll is what a bunch of other people think about us, and as honoring as that is, we really put our focus on, what we have to do and what we control, and that's to take care of business each week.
Coach, let's go ahead and talk about how you've been able to take care of business, specifically on the defensive side of things. 6.8 points per game is all you are giving up. You have 2 shutouts under your belt and 2 games where you've allowed only 7 points. What has led to this defensive success?
Yeah, I'm really proud of our defense. Starts with our staff. We replaced 11 starters on defense last year. We have a completely new team personnel-wise, but they've just done such a great methodical job, our coaches have, of training, developing, putting guys in the right position, and then just playing great team defense. I mean, we have great players on defense, but I think the reason for our success so far on defense, it has a lot to do with how we run to the ball and how we play team defense. There's great defensive players, and then there's great team defense, and those are sometimes very different things. I think right now we're blessed with both.
And this week, Coach, you got a Mount Marty attack that is averaging almost 32 points a game and 360 yards a game. How are you preparing for them defensively?
Well, I think the first thing is we know we've got a challenge on our hands. We have a lot of respect for Mount Marty's offense and the way that they're coached and trained and prepared. We are expecting them to bring their best. I think over the years they've just become more and more competitive, and so we know we're in for a real GPAC showdown, and I think that's an important mindset when you're going into a game. But they present, some good challenges with a balanced attack. They distribute the ball well. We have to stay on top of the deep balls. We have to, we've been saying all year, if someone's going to score, they're going to have to work for it. So there's no cheap touchdowns, no short drives. And then field position-wise, you just have to really try to make them go the whole length of the field.
Coach, your offense has been able to rack up the points at will this season. You're 5-0, and in 3 of those 5 games, you got more than 50 points on the season. Can you tell me about your offense and how you're kind of preparing this week?
Yeah, we really, on offense, we want to be able to have a balanced approach. There's the option game has kind of been our thing, and we've really dialed in on that over the years, and trying to put the right guys in the right place and create the leverage of the angles and the matchups that are favorable for us. But then obviously that opens up some play action and RPO windows to chuck the ball around, and we've made that a huge emphasis, especially in our off season. So we just have to continue to do that well and not turn the ball over. And if we're playing balanced offense, I think we're very hard to stop.
Coach Penner, thank you very much for your time, and good luck on Saturday.
Hey, thanks. Appreciate it.
That was head coach Joel Penner of Dordt University Football on the line. Brought to you by Fairfield by Marriott and Holiday Inn Express. Get great rates and flexible reservation changes by calling the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express in Yankton direct. The Dakota Beverage pregame show rolls on when we return. You're listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football on KYNT.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers.
Is it the competition that keeps bringing you back? The long-standing rivalries? Or is it seeing friends again and cheering on your favorite team? At First Dakota, we're here for it all. We appreciate the fans, the players, the coaches and officials, the concessions crew. The shared community experience is part of what makes life here great, and we're here for it. See you at the game. First Dakota National Bank, member FDIC.
Before the Lancers play,
After the game, or maybe even while watching it here. Enjoy authentic flavor at RB Grill House and Sports Bar.
We're American themed and feature handcrafted dishes and daily specials with an amazing selection of beer and spirits. Enjoy burgers, steaks, wings, and ribs, sandwiches, salads, seafood, and plenty of HD TVs.
authentic flavor,
Family driven.
and a memorable atmosphere.
Join us at RB Grill House and Sports Bar next to River Rocks Event Center on Broadway in Yankton. Go Lancers!
We at the Winston Ray Funeral Home and Cremation Service in Yankton would like to invite you to our advanced planning workshop, which will be held this Tuesday, October 21st. We will have an attorney to discuss the legal affairs you should have in order, as well as our pre-planning counselor to discuss how to plan ahead for your funeral wishes. Please call to register for this free event for either the 10 a.m. or 6 p.m. seminar, which will be held this Tuesday, October 21st at the Winston Ray Hospitality Center.
And welcome back to Open Space Park here in Sioux Center, Iowa, getting you ready for Mount Marty taking on Dordt. College football kicks off at the top of the hour here on KYNT. Let's meet the starting lineups for today's game. And the starting lineups brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com with the starting lineups. Here's Tehl Tanner.
As always, we'll start it off with the Mount Marty Lancers offensive line. The left tackle, junior out of Grandview, Missouri, and Desmond Taylor. Left guard, senior out of Sioux Falls, O'Gorman, and Zach Carlson. The center, a junior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, in Nick Bunkers. The right guard, no Alex Gove this week. Still off on that injury he suffered in the second half against Doane. So the freshman out of Austin, Texas, Cedric Walls, going to be getting the start at right guard, his first career start. The right tackle, junior out of Sioux Falls, Jefferson, in David Grabo. Go to the pass catchers, the tight end, senior out of Seguin, Texas, in James Brinsley. In the slot, it's Jack Rowland, a sophomore out of Omaha, Nebraska. Wide receiver, a junior out of Pierce, Nebraska, in Jackson Waholtz. And a wide receiver, a junior out of Cleveland, Tennessee, Ronnie Broadnax, back in the starting 11. For your running backs, you'll see a lot of two guys, sophomore out of Gayville, South Dakota, and Kyle Hirsch, and senior out of Merced, California, and Malachi Hartz. And the starting quarterback of the Mount Marty Lancers, the redshirt sophomore, Yankton native, Rugby Riken.
The Lancers average 138.5 yards per game on the ground, 222 through the air. That's 360.5 yards of offense a game. They're scoring 32 points per contest. Let's meet the Lancer defense.
Started off up front again, the junior out of Aurora, Colorado, Delonte Dickey. The nose tackle, a sophomore out of Sioux Falls, Lincoln, and Bryson Mitchell. The right end, senior out of Mount Shasta, California, in DJ Brown. Your linebackers on the outside, sophomore out of Pearl in Texas, Kavion Rogers. On the other end, a junior out of Tyndall, South Dakota, in Isaac Crownover. Your middles, senior out of Post Falls, Idaho, in Cole Cripps, and a junior out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota, in Brock Lubers. Your secondary, two corners, senior out of San Diego, California, and Amir Conley. On the other end, a senior out of Sioux Falls, Roosevelt, in Asmaral Muhammad. Your strong safety today is Daniel Pierce, the reigning GPAC Special Teams Player of the Week, and a junior out of Oxnard, California. And your free safety, junior out of Metairie, Louisiana, in Arthur Oliver.
The Lancers give up 138 yards per game on the ground, 162 through the air. That's 300 yards per game. As a team, 8 sacks, 9 interceptions. They're giving up 24 points per game. Let's meet the Dordt defenders.
Started off up front on the offensive line. The left tackle, junior out of Appleton, Wisconsin, and Ethan Hansen. The left guard, a redshirt freshman out of Sioux City, Iowa, and Garrett Divis. The center, Joel Akers. He's a junior out of Winterset, Iowa. Out of Glencoe, Minnesota, a senior right guard in Nathan Warner. And the right tackle, a senior out of Spirit Lake, Iowa, in Parker Beck. Your pass catchers, the tight end today, senior out of Sioux City, Iowa, and Ethan Snyder. Wide receiver, redshirt sophomore out of Spokane Valley, Washington, and their number one receiving threat, Elliott Beal. Sophomore out of Orange City, Iowa, and Jake Van Dong starting as wide receiver. And then Ben Flora, wide receiver, sophomore out of Parker, Colorado. Your starting running back today, Brendan Piper out of New Prague, Minnesota. He's a senior. And your starting quarterback, junior out of Norwood, Minnesota. Still a game-time decision. We'll see if it's Noah Strickfaden or a senior out of Gowrie, Iowa, Colson Cruz.
The Dordt defenders pass for 213 yards per game. They rush as a team 263 yards per game, 476 yards of offense per game for the defenders, and they score 47.5 points per game. Let's meet the Dordt defense.
Oh, those numbers are insane. Just wait till you hear the defensive numbers. But first, the starters. Up front, junior out of Webster City, Iowa, and Jamin Stewart. The rest of the defensive line, senior out of Amboy, Minnesota, and Nolan Buckholtz up front. A senior out of Creston, Iowa, and Derek Pop up front. And Zach Queering, a sophomore out of Bradshaw, Nebraska, over on the right end. The linebackers, you got Isaac Kakmaninski, a junior out of Pella, Iowa, and Josh Henderson, a junior out of Reedley, California. 5 defensive backs starting. The corners here in Colson Queering, junior out of Sarasota Springs, Utah. Thomas Walder, a junior out of De Pere, Wisconsin, and a sophomore out of Webb, Iowa, and Ethan Mills. Your strong safety will be a junior out of Pella, Iowa, in Trey Van Houen, and a free safety out of Ravenna, Michigan, a senior in Thomas McCullough.
In the 5 games, the Dordt defenders, they're only giving up 78 yards per game on the ground, 127 through the air. That's 205 offense per game, 13 sacks as a team, 4 interceptions. The Dordt defense, one of the best in the nation, 6.8 points per game. That is what they're giving up, and they have 2 shutouts on the season, including Doane, who the Lancers played last week, and Briar Cliff, who the Lancers lost to a couple of weeks ago. So this Dordt team, and think about it, they run that 4-2-5. They had to replace pretty much the entire starting defense. There's a lot of familiar names that are back on this Dordt defense that got playing time last year, but this is essentially a brand new unit, and they have been one of the best in the nation. And our starting lineups, again, brought to you by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for you on your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. This is the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. We are going to take a time out, and we'll come back and have our interview brought to you by Sherco. That's with John Micheletti, the head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. We got a gorgeous day here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Sunny skies, 57 degrees. If you can't be here, well, the next best place you can be right here on KYNT. Back in a couple of minutes with more right here on KYNT.
Hey, we know an auto accident takes a bite out of your life. You hear that sickening crunch and it's instant stress. Who do I call? What will insurance cover? How long will this take? How much will it cost? Well, relax. You found Abra. Rest assured, the friendly Abra professionals will make your experience easy and hassle-free. They'll help you repair your car so you can get on with your life like nothing ever happened. Contact Abra today. Locally owned and operated by Northtown Automotive, North Highway 81. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmock cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
A couple days ago, a teacher came into the UPS store to print some worksheets for her classroom. As we were printing, she asked if we could help her design and print a custom banner for her school's upcoming event. Yes, we can. At the UPS store in Yankton, where for over 8 years we've been serving educators, businesses, and community members with all kinds of printing solutions. Stop by today and let us assist with your next project, and be sure to ask about our shipping services or current print specials.
Bikes. It's what we do. This is Canada's Bike and Fitness, and we're passionate about bikes. Our bike enthusiasts are knowledgeable and will fit you to your perfect ride. Not only do we have hundreds of bikes in stock to shop from, but we also have all the accessories you'll need. We service what we sell, so repairs and tune-ups are handled in store. Also shop Oakley sunglasses, Columbia clothing, fitness, and disc golf equipment too. Shop Ace Bike and Fitness of Yankton today.
All right, back here in the pregame show from Coors Light, Miller Lite. Always remember, drink responsibly. As we turn to the head coach of the Mount Marty Lancers, brought to you by Sherco. When you need to be sure, make a Sherco. Head coach John Micheletti now in the booth. Coach, the second time of the season, You're facing a top 10 team in the NAIA. Tell me about the Dordt Defenders.
Yeah, that's GPAC football for you, though. Each and every week, you got to be ready for the gauntlet of the schedule. But Dordt's a very disciplined team. A little bit more pass happy this year than years prior, but still quite a bit. Everything's fed off their run game. Very good quarterback, dual threat guy, and have some good skill guys on the edge. One of the more impressive linemen that we've had there, especially with their left tackle, number 74. And then defensively, I know that they've done a very good job of working together stat-wise. They're leading the nation in a lot of those. So that's one thing, as I've talked to you guys about before, but one thing we always talk with our team is it's our defense versus their defense. And that's one thing that we've talked about in our defensive room quite a bit is a great opportunity to kind of make our name heard a little bit more going against Dordt.
So let's talk about that defense a little more in depth that you just alluded to. They're leading the nation in different categories. Here are the categories. 6.8 points per game is all they're allowing. They've had 2 shutouts and 2 games where they allowed only 7 points. What have you been doing offensively this week to kind of prepare for this Dordt defense?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is breaking down how they get in those realms, and a lot of it is getting offenses to shoot themselves in the foot, per se. You know, like there's a lot of mistakes that they'll force teams into, and then they just feed into that momentum quite a bit. So we got to make sure that we're able to get 4 yards on the first down, being able to maintain that, being able to open up second downs and get into those 3rd and shorts, or even 4ths and manageable. You know, that's one thing that rugby seemed to excel in quite a bit is those short yardage situations on 3rd and 4th down where he can be able to scramble at times or dump it down to the back or tight end of the backfield. So, you know, a lot of our stuff's going to start with our run game as always, getting Malachi and Kyle going. But we got to make sure that we can still stretch the field with Rodneys and the Moshes and Walholtz and things like that. So we got a pretty good game plan this week going in offensively. So excited to see it work out today.
And you're missing an offensive lineman there. I know we're not going to have Gove, but Cedric Walls played very well in his place last week. Can you give me an update there?
Yeah, Gove is one of those guys that's kind of our heartbeat up front. Him and Graybo are kind of like the Bash brothers up there. Those guys are going to do a lot of the dirty work for him. But Cedric Walls has done an outstanding job continuously developing since his time. He's reported in early August and buying into the team culture, which isn't easy, especially for a kid coming all the way up from Texas. But I can't say enough nice things about Ced and all he's done, and was able to step up when we needed him most last week against Doane and finishing out the game and bring some excitement up there to our offensive line and a little bit of stability, which was nice to see, especially after seeing Alex go down in that game. So had a great week of practice and look to kind of feed off that this Saturday.
Let's talk about their offense and how they've been able to rack up the points. At home this season in their 2 games, they're outscoring their opponents, I think, 117-7. Coach, this team can really rack up the points. How are you going to stop them defensively in their house?
Yeah, a lot of it is explosive plays, you know. So as they mentioned, it's, you know, they're running, you know, inside zone power, things like that, pack in the box and running these heavier personnels. And then they'll run a play action when they get at somebody sleeping or having their leverage in the wrong spot and giving up a big play or really just wearing down a defense. You know, sometimes it is just a long run, things like that. A guy's not being able to fill a gap or want to wrap up. So we've talked a lot about being disciplined and focusing on that exact play, the smallest detail that you can think of your eyes on the inside of the hip or having that near foot down and weight distribution when you're getting off a block are our main focuses this week because you really like how our defense matches up against their offense, but it comes down to production execution at the end.
Coach, everything you've said so far kind of leads up to one thing. You've said on the offensive side, Dordt is really able to capitalize on mistakes, any negative plays or penalties, and they pounce on it. On the defensive side of things, they're able to set up shock plays and really get downfield. All of it on your end comes down to discipline. How do you think your team, discipline-wise, is going to handle this environment?
Tough environment to be able to play in, but that's exactly what our guys want and be able to thrive in. You know, those games that are ranked opponents, being able to go into an away game where people are cheering heavy against you and for the other team, like that's what gives me goosebumps, and that's what I love about it. And you can definitely feel that with our guys. Like these games aren't the ones that you got to give them a pep talk to get ready for. They're had it circled on their schedule from the minute they got there and exactly prepared for this game.
Coach, thank you very much for your time. This is going to be a fun one.
It is. Thank you, Tehl.
That brought to you by Sureco. When you need to be sure.
Make it sure go. We'll come back in a couple of minutes with the kickoff. You're listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football on KYNT.
Loading the kids in the car, brokering peace in the back seat, mastering the snack handoff without even looking. Why are simple things sometimes so complicated? Thankfully, with auto owners, insurance doesn't have to be one of them. We work with independent agents who keep insurance simple, so you can worry about more important things, like figuring out what's growing in that cup holder. That's simple human sense.
Don't gamble. Insure with MT and RC Smith Insurance in Yankton, your independent agent for home, business, auto, life, and bonds. Visit mtrcsmithinsurance.com.
Looking for the perfect pair of glasses? At Vision Care Associates, we've got you covered. Step into our showroom and discover our vast selection from timeless classics to the latest trends. With several styles to choose from, you're sure to find the perfect match for your look. Experience personalized service and expert care. Whether you need help finding the right frame or adjusting your new glasses for the perfect fit.
Vision Care Associates, where the health of your eyes comes first.
At Elwood Family Dental Care, they believe patients should understand their treatment, not just receive it. That's why they show you x-rays and photos, explain the why, and keep you informed every step of the way. They treat patients of all ages and especially love caring for kids. Most pediatric treatments are done right in the office, trying to limit trips out of town. So come see Elwood Family Dental Care today, located at 19th and Broadway, where they take care of the entire family. Slumberland Furniture is your local destination for top brands like Lazy Boy, Ashley, Flex Steel, Tempur-Pedic, Sealy, and more. Carrying a full range of mattresses and furniture for every room in your home, you'll find styles you'll love at values that make sense. From everyday essentials to name brand comfort, Slumberland offers the selection, and their service goes the extra mile. Visit Slumberland Furniture, 2401 Broadway in Yankton, where helping you create a comfortable home is what they do best.
We're just a few minutes away from the kickoff of today's game. Mount Marty against Dordt here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We are wrapping up the Dakota Beverage pregame show. Now it's time for our Colors of the Game, brought to you by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. The team captains about to make their way out to the center of the field. The Lancers in the road white uniforms, the navy blue numbers and letters, the gold pants, the gold helmets today. For the homestanding defenders, black uniforms with a little gold trim at the shoulder pads, the white numbers and letters, and the dark helmets with the Dordt symbol in gold on their helmets today. A great day for football, a little bit windy, sunny skies. 60 degrees at the moment. There is a very slight chance of rain, but less than 15%. And a gorgeous sunny day here in Sioux Center, Iowa. And the teams meeting here at the center of the field. We'll have the coin flip in just a moment. And we have the decision made. Dordt has won the toss. They have deferred to the second half. So they will get the football to start the third quarter of play, and it'll be the Lancers offense on the field first. Tehl, final thoughts here in our pregame show.
Well, I'll tell you what, Steve, I feel like I've been shadow boxing in the back room for the last 15 minutes. I'm hyped. I'm ready to go. This is a great environment, and I hope the Lancers are feeling it too. They've got to be here. They got to come out fast. They got to do something against one of the best defenses in the country in the Dordt defenders they're about to face. They need to make a statement on offense right away and say, we can get down the field, we can put together a drive, and we can put up points.
Our first half of football is being brought to you by Dakota Mac. Now, whether you're a farmer, rancher, investor, or simply a Lancer fan, look to Dakota Mac for your ag financing needs. Visit dakotamac.com to learn more. Our officiating crew, Connor Singheisen is the referee, Zach Hunnell the umpire, Joe Martin is our field judge for today, Aaron Christian is the linesman, Jordan Sudden, he'll be the line judge today, and the back judge is Ryan Freeze. Lancers 4-2, receiving votes in the latest poll. Dordt, they're number 10 in the country, perfect 5-0. Both teams have had their bye week on the season, so they will play everything out the rest of the way. Dordt, they close at Morningside on November 15th, and I'm sure Joel Penner says to his team, hey guys, we can't look past anybody. Yeah, we know we got a big game at the end of the year, but we got to take care of business And today it's homecoming here in Sioux Center, Iowa for the defenders. It is Steven Leinen. He will have it teed up at the 35-yard line. 2 men back deep. Carbajal and Phillips for the Lancers. 15 minutes on the clock. Here we go. And it's a high end-over-end kick. It's going to sail into the end zone for the automatic touchback.
And here trots out Rugby Riken and the Mount Marty Lancer offense that has had a good season to this point. They're averaging nearly 32 points a game, 31.7, 360 yards of offense per contest, 220 through the air, 140 on the ground.
And it will be Hirsch starting the game at running back. Again, Hirsch and Hartz will split time at that running back position. Broadnax, he'll trot out to the left side. One receiver out on the right side, that's Waholes. Hirsch stands next to his quarterback on the left side, shotgun set, first down and 10, running play right. Hirsch trying to turn the corner, does so, but only gets about 3 yards on the play before he's brought down.
Doan's defense, we've talked about it all throughout this pregame show. One of the best units in the nation, not just in denying points, but in terms of getting 3 and outs right away, starting off these ball games. They do not allow a whole lot of first downs in the season either.
Yep, the defenders, one of the top teams in the nation, under 7 points per contest, 2 shutouts in 5 games. Pitch play, Hirsch. To the right side, he'll get to the 30, maybe the 31. Short gain, trying the right side, only got 2 yards. And it's really kind of unfair for us as announcers. We had Doan last week, Dordt this week.
I know. I've been kind of screwing up Crete and Sioux Center, their 2 homes, over the last week as I've just been talking casually about the game. But here's the first third down for the Lancers.
All right, big third down and 4 from the 31-yard line. Lancers moving right to left on your radio dial here in quarter number 1. Riken has Hirsch standing to his left in the shotgun set. Rolling at an H-back, shifts over now to the left-hand side. Straight drop back. Riken, time, throw, over the middle, caught, first down. And that's Hirsch out of the backfield. He got 5 yards, moved the chains, first down, Mount Marty.
And that's a good way, too, as we're watching the crowd sit in front of us. Everybody sits down. They were on their feet for the first couple of plays. That first down gets them all sitting, quiets them just a little bit. And when you're at somebody else's homecoming, that is massive, quieting the crowd on your opening drive.
From the 36-yard line, first and 10, Mount Marty just underway. First quarter, no score. First drive of the game for either team. Again to the right side, Hirsch has a hole, stumbles a bit, gets to the 40, shoved out of bounds near the 41. Good gain on first down.
Yeah, somewhere around 5 on first down. That's what you want to see. The Lancers are a run-first team. They've been forced to go to the air in the last couple of weeks. You remember the Concordia game 2 weeks ago, 74 pass attempts for the young quarterback, and that's not how the Lancers want to play football. They want to be able to establish the run early and use it throughout the game. It's been good here in the first 5 plays.
Roland out, Carbajal in, extra receiver in, and now Malachi Hart's in at running back on this second down and 5 play. Dordt shifting around in defense. Carbajal in motion to the left side. Handoff up the middle. Hartz with a hole. He'll have a first down. He gets a midfield and into Dordt territory at the 49-yard line. First down, Mount Marty.
Out of run of 10 there, and Malachi Hart's doing exactly what he does, just lowering the shoulder, bowling over a guy, and getting extra yards after contact. That's what he's best at.
And he accelerated quickly through that hole, and once he starts running downhill, that's bad news for an opposing defense. From the Dordt 49, first and 10, Lancers. It'll be the pistol formation. Hart's in at running back, 3 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. Running play up the middle. Hartz has another hole. He'll get about 4 yards to the 45 before he was tripped up.
Lancers are running the ball effectively. It might be time to set up a little bit of a shock play, get into the play action game, let your quarterback do some read options. You're opening up some holes downfield.
Second down and 6 for the Lancers. Again, the pistol formation. 2 receivers to the left, 1 out to the right. That's Broadnax. Carbajal in the slot on the left side. Now he moves over to the right side. Hartz standing to the right of his quarterback. They'll go to the air. Reichen looking short. Pressure comes. Hartz catch from the 40 to the 35, now to the 34-yard line. Good gain. First down, Lancers.
And good recognition from the redshirt sophomore. Lancers did try to go downfield there. As soon as the snap happened, Rugby Reichen recognizes they're playing back. 5 defenders back, all in zone coverage, letting nobody get deep on him. Dumps it to his running back, Hartz, right at the first down marker. It was a good recognizing the defensive play there.
Lancers on the move here in the first half and looking good. They've got a 1st and 10 from the 35-yard line of the defenders. Hartz up the middle, tackled in the backfield, 1-yard loss. And on that play, that was Zach Queering, the defensive end, the sophomore out of Bradshaw, Nebraska. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Ben's Brew Station. That's the office watch party location of KYN TV. They've got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's.
And that's kind of a rare moment for Malachi Hartz. Does not take a lot of negative plays, a 1-yard loss there. And this is something we talked about in the pregame show. Going backwards is how Dordt sinks teams.
Hirsch in at running back. They're going to throw a screen pass to him left side. He's got it. Couple of blockers, spins around, gets to the 30, gain of 6.
That's a good gain there, and that'll put him into 4-down territory. Here it's 3rd down, 3rd and 5, but you're on your opposing 30-yard line. You got 2 plays to get 5 yards.
Indeed. Mount Marty Football brought to you in part by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. 3rd down and 5 from the 30-yard line of the defenders. First drive of the game, pistol formation. Hirsch in at running back. Rollout, right side. Rodkin has to run for it. He makes a man miss, and he'll dive ahead, but he's just shy of the marker. He got 4 yards. Well, they're going to say his knee's down at the 28, so it brings up 4th and 2.
Yeah, 4th and 2 here, and you know they're going to go for it. The Lancers, we've talked about it throughout the last couple weeks. They go for it at the highest rate of anybody in the conference.
Under 10 minutes to go here in the first half. Yep, 9 minutes left to go exactly, and it's 4th down and 2. Let's see if the Lancers might try to drive them offside. Now the home crowd starts to make some noise. They're going to overshift to the left side. Hirsch in at running back. Dordt showing blitz. Rollout. They're looking for Hirsch. They throw it to him. He's open, and he caught it at the 20-yard line. Made a diving catch, and it's a 1st down for the Lancers.
And that was a great adjustment on the reception by Kyle Hirsch. The throw was very off target. Rugby Reichen had pressure. He was at a full dead sprint rolling to his right, and it went to the wrong shoulder of his intended receiver. Hirsch had to turn around midair, stretch out full extension, able to bring it in on 4th down. Massive catch.
Mount Marty Football brought to you in part by CoreTrust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. CoreTrust Bank. Raise your expectations with CoreTrust. Member FDIC.
That is the 16th 4th down conversion by the Lancers on the season, highest in the GPAC.
Jameer Pearson into the game, and he's going to get the running play to the right side, and a good gain for the junior from Towson, Maryland. And let's see where they pushed him out of bounds. That's going to be a gain of 9. All the way down to the 11-yard line, 2nd and 1. And now Malachi Hartz checks back into the game at running back as the Lancers look to the sideline. Mount Marty Football brought to you in part today by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. 2nd and 1, playbook wide open here at the 11-yard line. Carbajal in motion. Check that Waho's in motion. Hartz to the right side, pounds forward. He's got the 1st down at the 9-yard line. What a drive here to start the game.
Took the words right out of my mouth. This is exactly what we needed to see from Mount Marty to start off this game on the road at a top 10 team on their homecoming. You go down the field right away. Now you got to cap off this drive. You got 1st and goal. You need 6.
We're at the 7-minute mark here in quarter number 1. Lancers have held the ball since the opening kickoff. They have 1st and goal at the 9-yard line. They'll send out actually 4 wide receivers. Check that, 5 wide receivers over on the left side. The ball's on the right hash mark, empty backfield.
Setting up a screen, probably Hartz is over there.
Now they'll put Roland in motion. Now a timeout has been called, And that may have been called by the Lancers, and it has. A little confusion out there, and you don't want to make a mistake. This timeout is being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. Check out their legendary chicken, and also got the best pizza as well. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
What's on your to-do list? Wouldn't it be nice to have it all go according to plan? With Midco by your side, you can rest easy with a partner that always has your back. Going with Midco gets you not only proven reliability, but an internet connection built to go further, go faster, and go beyond. If you're ready to add more certainty to your day, visit midco.com to learn more. Let's go.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT. Yankton.
6:40 left to go. First quarter. No score between Mount Marty and Dordt. And it's Mount Marty who's held the ball since the opening kickoff, driving down the field, mostly with the running game. First and goal from the 9-yard line of the defenders. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner. Sunny skies. Well, few clouds rolling in here. 60 degrees. There is some wind here at Open Space Park in Sioux Center, Iowa. Mount Marty just spent a timeout on offense. And they got to clear something out in the end zone here. Referee's pointing to something behind the end zone. Not sure what's going on. But it will be first and goal as the Lancers approach the line of scrimmage. First and goal. Reichen with the empty backfield. Splits 2 men out to either side. They've got Pearson in there as a wide receiver, normally a running back. He's out there on the right side. Now he'll come in motion. Jet sweep. Pearson to the left side. Shut down. Trapped behind the line and thrown for a loss. Good play by the defense.
Yeah, defenders were all over that. Jamin Stewart, the right end on that play, was just moving vertically, had the speed to catch up to Pearson, and a tackle for loss.
Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly.
Now a loss of only 2. It's second and goal from the 11. Still in decent territory are the Lancers.
They are within field goal range, but you'd like to see a touchdown rather than 3 points on this drive if you're a Mount Marty fan. Reichen drops back, shotgun, Lokes throws towards the end zone, caught, touchdown! Touchdown to Hirsch! Coming out of the backfield in the left side, and the Lancers score with 5:53 left here in quarter number 1. And what a drive.
It was Kyle Hirsch's 4th reception on that drive. The receiving back is really a dual threat type of running back. He can run the ball, he can run routes, and another touchdown reception on the year for Kyle Hirsch.
That's number 4 for him.
Yes, it is. That is tied for team high.
Yeah, turning into a Marshall Faulk type player.
A little bit.
And now here comes Camden Vance for the point after kick. Noah McDermott is the holder. They're right in the middle field. High snap, brought down, blocked! Blocked by the defenders. It's loose back at the 20-yard line. It's scooped up, but the player is down for the Dordt defenders. That was, I believe, Colson Queering who scooped up the ball. Didn't see who blocked it, but the point after is blocked. 5:53 left. First quarter, Lancers 6, Dordt nothing. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Have a large group or event that you'd like to offer clothing for? JJ Benji's can make you look good. Instead of you taking orders, collecting money, and then delivering the clothing, let JJ Benji's handle it all. JJ Benji's will create an online store with the merchandise you want to offer. People order, pay, and then JJ Benji's will ship it. You just provide a link or QR code to the online store, and that's it. Contact JJ Benji's in Yankton for more information.
That last scoring drive for Mount Marty, 15 plays, 75 yards, 9:07 time of possession, Reichen to Hirsch from 11 yards out. The point after kick was blocked. It was Colson Queering who scooped it up, but he hit the ground, so he was down automatically, didn't have a chance to return it. It's 6-0 Mount Marty with 5:53 left here in quarter number 1. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. I don't know if Dordt's given up a 9-minute drive this year at all.
That is certainly an impressive drive, and it picking up right where they left off at the end of the Doane game, where the Lancers had 2 drives totaling over 15 minutes to end the ball game there, and now a 9-minute drive to start off this one. Their last 3 drives, 20 minutes combined on the 3 of them.
Low line drive kick corralled at about the 11-yard line, and here's a good return for Dordt as they get across the 30 to the 32-yard line. That was Tyler Mantell, a redshirt freshman out of Rock Valley, Iowa, getting the return duties today for Dordt. And here comes that high-powered defender offense. The big question, who's going to be the play caller today for Dordt? And it will be Colson Cruz is out there. He is the backup quarterback. Started the last couple of years. He's from Gowrie, Iowa. Certainly a very capable player.
He started last year against Mount Marty in the close one.
And it will be 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line, and they have 2 backs in the backfield. They'll go straight up the middle, and that's Fritz with the ball. Bounces to the left side, and Thomas Fritz got about 10 yards. I think they'll move the chains. They will. 1st down out to the 43-yard line. And again, if you're watching Dordt, or if you come to watch them in person, or if you're listening on, you may want to download their roster because they will play a whole bunch of guys throughout the afternoon on offense. They spread the ball around. They're not a one-man gang by any stretch of the imagination. High snap in the shotgun, option play. Fritz going to be tackled by Lubers, no gain as they went to the right side.
It was a good tackle by Lubers there, reading the option. He covered all 3 options himself on that one. It was a tackle right at the stick, so they will move him, but could have been a lot more.
Oh, so it was 2nd down and 1, so they didn't give him. So that play was actually a 2nd down play, so it is a 1st down play. They moved him back a yard, so it's 1st and 10 from the 43-yard line for Dordt. They'll split Fritz out of the backfield, pistol formation. It's an option play. Throw on the run, caught, and that's going to be Fritz. Yeah, let's see here. The officials are conferring. Yep, give him an 11-yard gain to the Lancer 46-yard line. 1st down, Dordt.
Yeah, Lancers were saying he didn't catch it. It was on the opposite sideline. It bounced off his hands first, and then he made a 2nd effort as he was falling out of bounds. Must have just got his feet down before to get this 1st down.
Yeah, that was Thomas Fritz, a sophomore out of Austin, Minnesota, who's gotten a lot of playing time for him as a receiver and at a running back. And they will they'll line up some wing backs and run them, and they'll put receivers in motion and hand it off to him. This time it's straight up the middle with Piper, and he'll muscle ahead to about the 40-yard line. That was pure just determination there by Brendan Piper, the senior out of New Prague, Minnesota.
This Dordt team is tough. The Lancers go down the field. They put up a touchdown. Dordt's now driving. To illustrate the toughness of this team, there's some dude walking around on the sideline just holding a cinder block. I'm dead serious. He's just carrying a cinder block. That is Dordt football.
2 men in the backfield. Cruz calls out the signals, and he bobbles a snap. Confusion in the backfield. He'll just have to keep it himself, run up the middle. Bryson Mitchell grabs him. They manage to get a couple of yards. And then Cruz kind of flops down there to try to sell it like a pro wrestler, but no penalty flag forthcoming.
Yeah,
and I tell you, that was a good play by Cruz to maintain his composure because he bobbled the snap and then he ran into the running back.
Yeah, he ran into the running back, nearly fumbled it, but his offensive line had such good blocking that nobody was able to get in the backfield and touch him right away, so he was still able to scramble forward for a short gain.
3rd and 2 coming up from the Lancer 38-yard line. Defenders moving left to right on your radio dial. They'll switch a tight end over from the right side to the left side. Handoff up the middle. Piper into the line. He'll have the 1st down to the 35. Just straight ahead power football for Dordt. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. We've got 2:25 left here in a fast-moving 1st quarter. 6-0 Mount Marty on top. This is the first time the Dordt offense has touched the football. They've got 2 men in the backfield, 2 receivers to the right, 1 out to the left. Option play. Cruz to the right side, pitches. Piper trying to turn the corner, and he's shoved out of bounds after about a 2-yard gain. Again, Cruz, the quarterback that's going to do a lot more of the options. Strick Fadden, he's more the run-pass option. A little more standard quarterback, but it is Colson Cruz getting the start today. Coming into the game, he was 6 of 14 passing in a backup role, 43%, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Second down and about 7. It's the option play. Cruz keeps it, busts through the line. He'll get across the 30 to near the 25, close to that first down marker, and I think they're going to give it to him.
You talk about Colson Cruz being the running quarterback. He only has 6 completed passes on the year, but they go for 87 total yards. So in those 6 completed passes, averaging about 15 yards a completion. When he does throw it, it's downfield.
We're about 1:05 left to go here in the first quarter. 6-0 Mount Marty. But the defenders have it first and 10 at the Lancer 25-yard line. And they'll go to the run, and Fritz up the middle. Weaves through a couple of defenders, but only got 2 yards before he's knocked down. Fritz coming in. He's a sophomore, 242 yards on the ground on 18 carries. Yep, that's 13.4 yards per carry. He also has 6 receptions coming into today's contest. Piper, Connor Dodd we expect to see along with Keenan Valverde in the backfield, but so far it's been Piper and Fritz, the main ball carriers out there for Dordt. Second down and 8, pistol formation, pitch play. Piper to the right side, bottled up, short game brought down by Cripps near the 21-yard line. Let's see where his knee's down. 22, gain of 1.
Yeah, barely. Just under a yard, and that's all. So the Lancers now forcing 3rd and long. It's 3rd and 7.5 here, and this is the moment. This is when you need a hold. Dort's got 2 downs, but we're going to have the quarter break first. I get to talk about it.
Yeah, we're at the end of a fast-moving first quarter. Mount Marty 6, Dordt nothing. Back with quarter number 2 in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Kylie is a Runza burger lover.
Especially if it's smothered with sauteed onions and French onion dip and topped with Swiss cheese.
Ah, sounds like you just had the French onion burger at Runza.
Yes, I did.
Are you crying?
Yeah, it's the onions. Wait, are you crying?
Yeah, because I love the French onion burger. Come get yours today, because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
A fast-moving first quarter is in the books. Mount Marty 6, Dordt nothing here in Sioux Center, Iowa on homecoming day for Dordt. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Dordt with the football, looking at 3rd down and about 7 from the Lancer 22-yard line. And now the teams switch ends of the fields. Dordt operating right to left on your radio dial. They got 2 men in the backfield, 1 receiver either side. Option play, right side, Cruz, bottled up. He's dragged down. Short gain on the play to the 19-yard line. I believe that was, DJ Brown making the tackle.
Yeah, DJ Brown on the stop, and that'll bring up 4th down. Here we go. Lancers have a chance to get off the field early in this first half, first play of the second quarter. Let's see if they can get it done. They're up 6-0, and there's a little confusion by Dordt right now.
Yeah, and they do have a very good field goal kicker, but he's on the sidelines. 4th down and about 4. 2 men in the backfield. Cruz barks out the signal. Option play to the right side. Fritz, he has the first down, and he'll have a little bit more as he gets near to the 10-yard line. They went to the right side, and it paid off for Dordt.
Yeah, it was just great blocking right on the offensive line. They were able to get a hold of some Lancer defenders, not let them get out there. Mount Marty only had 2 people over on that far sideline. Dordt had 2 blockers plus the running back. They were able to turn that into a conversion, 1st and goal.
Yep, they're right at the 10-yard line. 1st and goal for the defenders. Now they have the pistol formation with 2 men out to the right. They'll go up the middle with Piper. Has a hole. He'll get to the 5-yard line. Leans forward. He's down near the 3. Good drive here by Dordt as they come up big on that 4th down play. And now they'll bring in Keenan Valverde in at a running back position. And he is at 25 carries. The first time I think he's checked into the game. But they'll split him out as a wide receiver on the left side, along with Isaac Looker. Pistol formation. Piper in the backfield, 2nd and goal from the 3 for Dordt. 1 man out to the right. And here comes Valverde in motion, but it's Piper up the middle, and he's stopped near the line of scrimmage, leans forward, but only back to the line of scrimmage. I thought they maybe gave him a half a yard of progress.
3rd and goal. Lancers still might have a chance to get off, make them settle for 3 here on another long drive. The Lancers had a 9-minute drive to open the game. Dordt on a 7 and change minute drive right now. This is still the 2nd drive of the game, and we're 4 minutes into the 2nd quarter.
Yeah, 12:35 and counting here, quarter number 2. Big 3rd and goal from the 3 for Dordt. High snap. It's going to be the option play. Cruz keeps it, runs to the left, touchdown. Great job by Cruz on the fake to Valverde, and we're tied at 6 here with 12:25 left to go in quarter number 2. All-important point after kick coming up. I mentioned Steven Leinen, their kicker, has made a 60-yard field goal this year, but he is perfect on point after kicks. Connor Stevens going to hold for him here.
That's still insane, a 60-yard field goal earlier this season.
They line up for the PAT. Snap on target. Kick on the way is good. 12:25 left to go, quarter number 2. Dordt 7, Mount Marty 6. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
That scoring drive for Dordt, 15 plays, 67 yards, 8:22 time of possession. Cruz from 3 yards out on the quarterback run. Point after kick good. It's 7-6. Defenders on top of the Lancers. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. Partly cloudy skies here at Open Space Park in Sioux Center, Iowa. Homecoming today for the Dordt Defenders. And we have a fantastic crowd here.
Oh, yeah.
The homestands are full, and I'd say 3/4 full on the opposite side.
Yeah, it's full for homecoming, and the Lancers travel well, and this is only an hour and a half drive from Mount Marty.
High end over end kick, and it's going to be Carbajal from the goal line, runs to his right, spins through a couple of men, gets to the 20. That's where Mount Marty will set up shop, 1st and 10. Mount Marty football brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. This all begins on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. From the right hash mark, 1st and 10 from the 20-yard line for the Lancers. They operate left to right on your radio dial.
Only the 3rd drive of this ball game. The first 2 drives, one for Mount Marty, one for Dordt, took 17 minutes and 35 seconds total.
It's a jet sweep. Broadnax to the left side. He's got a good gain across the 25-yard line. It's pushed out of bounds. Let's see where the official says. At the 26, gain of 6. And that is the 5th carry on the season for Broadnax.
I think in terms of length of opening drives for two teams to start a game, that's probably the longest I've ever seen. Back-to-back near 9-minute drives to start a game.
Yeah, here we're 1:28 Central Time, and we're 4 minutes almost into quarter number 2 in a fast-moving game so far. The running game's dominating for both teams. Here comes Waholes in motion, running play. It is Hirsch up the middle, gain of maybe 1.5 yards, and that's all. Big third down coming up for the Lancers. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Runza. If you're on the run, make it Runza. Runza gets you your food so fast, you can get going right away. They've got Runza, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, and desserts, and a whole lot more at Runza. Third down and about 2. Hirsch moves over to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Riken to throw. Pressure coming. Throws over the middle. It is tapped away, incomplete. Intended for Nick Heath in the middle of the field at the 41-yard line. And here comes the punting unit for Mount Marty.
That was a great defensive stand. Just took away Rugby Riken's first, second, third read. Nobody open, goes to Nick Heath over the middle of the field, and it was good coverage. It was just throwing up a 50-50 ball for a wide receiver, and defender had the better positioning on it, fourth down.
Vance to punt it away. Valverde back to receive the punt. Snap on target. Pressure coming, but he gets it away into the wind. It's going to bounce short. No, it's a fair catch called for by Valverde. And the ball is down at the 41-yard line, and that's where the defenders will set up shop. First down and 10. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Pizza Ranch. They've got legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Pizza Ranch in Yankton. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. 10:51 left, second quarter. Dordt up 7-6. They've got the football for the second time from their own 42-yard line. 2 men in the backfield. They'll put a receiver in motion. Play action. Cruz throws the long ball down the middle. Got a man open, and it's separated from the football. Incomplete by Pierce. Oh, incomplete at the 35-yard line. Looked like the man had it, and it was knocked away.
What a hit from Daniel Pierce, and it was a perfect form tackle, putting his shoulder right in the football as the receiver's able to catch it, dislodges that one, stayed away from the intended receiver's head, so avoids the penalty. That was just perfectly done. You can't do it better.
Yep, perfectly timed by Pierce. Incomplete. Second down and 10 coming up. 42-yard line of the defenders. They'll have the pistol formation. Valverde in the backfield. And it's the option play to the left side. And it is going to be Cruz keeping it. And he'll have a gain of 3. Well, they're giving forward progress to the 46. Call it a gain of 4. Cruz he's 6 foot, 200 pounds, but he's very quick.
Watching this game so far defensively, you can tell the Lancers have been drilling the option play to the edges the entire week. You can see the form is the first man there never goes for the ball carrier for the Lancers, going straight to the second option, just hoping there's more teammates coming to the ball carrier, the quarterback. First man there, very disciplined so far. Third down and 6. Cruz out of the shotgun, wants the pass, pressured, throws over the middle, got a man caught at the 42-yard line. That's Isaac Looker. First down and 10, Dordt. Looker, a redshirt junior out of Tacoma, Washington. That's his 9th catch on the year. And moves the chains for Dordt. And just a great route by Looker. He was one-on-one with Asmaral Muhammad on the near side of the field. Got the defender's hips turned, selling the go route, comes back on the curl, came back to the football, catching it across the marker.
From the Lancer 43, first down and 10 for Dordt. 2 men in the backfield. It'll be a handoff, and that's Fritz. Trapped momentarily, breaks through, gets down the left sideline and pushed out of bounds. That was a Houdini job there by Fritz.
Yeah, it was, and those are some of the things the Lancers have to avoid. When you have a chance at a tackle, you got to get him on the ground.
Gain of 12 on the play all the way to the 31. First down and 10. He was nearly trapped in the backfield, was Fritz, but he managed to escape.
Longest run of the game for either team at 12 yards. It's been chunk plays so far.
First down and 10, Dordt. Pistol formation, 2 men out to the right, 1 receiver out to the left. It's going to be a play action. Throw over the middle. Wobbly pass incomplete at the 15-yard line over the head of Looker. He was open. Yeah, he was open.
That pass was on target. It was 6.
Well, Marty Football today brought to you in part by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group. Second down and 10 coming up for Dordt. 2 receivers trot out to the right side. 1 man, that's Looker, over on the left side. Pistol formation. Valverde in at running back. And he will not get the handoff. Cruz going to be sacked in the backfield, back at the 43-yard line. Delonte Dickey chased him down.
I'm not sure what the strategy on that specific play was for Dordt. They looked like they were running the option, but there was no one to pitch it to. It was just the quarterback alone working to his right, nobody to get rid of it, and really had nobody downfield open either. So he just had nothing going and just took a sack.
No, I mean,
it might have been a broken play.
I think that was a broken play because he didn't even have a safety valve guy over there on the right side. So a huge loss on the play. 9-yard loss. They'll put him down at the 40-yard line. Big 3rd and long coming up. It's going to be the option play to the left side, and Cruz is going to throw it to Fritz as he was tackled. He's out of bounds, but shy of the marker. But then a penalty flag down.
I think they're going to get the Lancers for shoving late, but it really wasn't that late. The offensive player didn't even hit the ground. There was,
boy, if this is this is unnecessary roughness, that is a heartbreaker. That was going to set up probably a field goal attempt here for Dordt, but they may get 15 yards out of this. That is just the kind of mental mistake you cannot make against this Dordt team. They had them stopped shy of the marker by 5 yards. And it is going to be an automatic first down.
Wow. It was going to be fourth and 6, actually, at the 27-yard line in their own territory. Dordt probably would have had to try the field goal there, but now a 15-yard walk-off.
Half the distance to the goal.
Wow.
Moves the ball to the 13-yard line. First down. 7:50 left to go, quarter number 2. Dordt 7. Lancers 6, but a costly penalty on 3rd down.
A light penalty, too.
That is a heartbreaker. And now a great opportunity here for the Dordt defenders. They'll have 2 men in the backfield, and it'll be a handoff. Valverde tries to sneak behind his line, and Piper trying to throw a block. He does get some forward progress down to the 9, gain of 4. Sneaky run there by Valverde. He's only listed at 170 pounds. He's out of Pierce, Nebraska, but boy, he was effective on that run. Piper checking out. Valverde stays in the game at running back. Again, Dordt brings in a lot of players. They shuffle a lot of guys in and out, and that's one of the reasons for their success. They got a lot of fresh legs out there.
Yeah, keep everybody fresh.
Pistol formation, 2nd down. We'll call it about 7 to go for a first down. Here comes a man in motion, and it's Valverde up the middle. Sneaks into the line, and he'll get to near the 5, maybe the forward progress, up to the 4-yard line. Sets up 3rd and 1.
And a heartbreaking situation for the Lancers a few plays ago. They got to make sure they get rid of that out of the back of their memory. They had 3rd and I think 16 or so there after that broken play from Dordt. Knocked themselves probably out of field goal range. You had a great play and then a personal foul on that 3rd and very long. And that's just something you cannot do.
All right. It is 3rd down and a yard from the 4-yard line for the defenders. Pistol formation. Valverde in at running back. Looker in motion from left to right. It is going to be a handoff, and it is going to be Valverde up the middle. I don't think he got there. No, he didn't. Stuffed at the line.
Decision time. 4th down.
And here comes the field goal unit with Steven Leinen. And this is basically going to be oh, no. Leinen trots off the field. The field goal unit, they ran onto the field. Now they run off quickly. The offense stays out there.
Look for the hard count here. Dordt does not go for it on 4th very often. Only 5 times this season have they tried to convert on 4th.
4th down, a yard and a half to go. Man in motion. They got an extra wing back in there. Cruz taking his time. I think you're right. They shift Valverde over. I think they're trying to dry him off sides. And now the timeout has called.
Yep. Sometimes you just got to look at the numbers sometimes. Dordt has only tried 5 fourth down conversions all season long. And you got to expect early in this game in a close one, it wasn't the time. It was a hard count, full way.
Yeah, we'll keep it here during this timeout, which is being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. You can call them at 665-1222. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. And Tehl, yeah, you nailed that. And, after about 10, 15 seconds when they were at the line, you could tell, yeah, they're going for the hard count.
Yep, they were out of position. They were adjusting. They were working people in motion to confuse the defense and just trying to get them moving there. So now we're going to see what they trot out after the timeout. If you come out of the timeout with that quarterback on the field, they're going for it. You assume that, which is not impossible. All 5 of the times they have gone for it, they have gotten it. So they are batting 1,000 when it comes to going on 4th, and it's only 1.5 yards, maybe 2 here. And you have a lead early at home on homecoming. But I would expect that field goal unit.
Yeah, it looks like the offense the offense is coming out there.
All right, they just burned a timeout. They're going for this. It's not a hard count here. I wouldn't expect. Might try it, but they're snapping this ball.
Yeah, well, they pretty much have to.
Oh, man. This is a big play.
It is. 4th down, 1.5 yards to go. Almost 2 yards to go. They got to get to the 3-yard line. Valverde, the lone back in the backfield. Double tight end set. Looker goes in motion. Option. Cruz gonna keep it. Pitches it. Valverde, first down. Maybe. He's right at the line. Delonte Dickey's pointing that they're short. The Lancer defense is running off the field. They didn't make it. What a stand by Mount Marty's defense. I thought that Valverde had it there, but he was hit in midair and knocked backwards, and the Lancers hold on defense at the 5:16 mark here in quarter number 2. What a huge play.
There were a couple of gold hats in the area, but I think it was Daniel Pierce who got the hit on Valverde to keep him short of the sticks. Lancers able to get out of that one. Now you're in a bit of a situation offensively, but you denied points. You're backed up inside your own 5. You need a couple of good running plays here.
Yeah, they're just across the 3-yard line. First down and 10 for Mount Marty. Reichen out of the shotgun is in his own end zone. He looks to throw to the sideline. Nobody there. Incomplete.
Just complete miscommunication between the quarterback and the receiver. He was trying to hit Rodney Broadnax through a back shoulder. Was looking like he was looking for Broadnax to come back the football. Broadnax wasn't even looking for the ball.
No.
He was going downfield. I don't think he expected to be thrown it at all. Just a straight miscommunication on 1st and 10.
But fortunately, the pass sails out of bounds. Incomplete. 5:11 left to go. Quarter number 2. Dordt 7. Mount Marty 6. From the 3-yard line, Carbajal in motion out of the backfield. Play action. Reichen throws. Short pass. Hurts catches it. Dodges a man. He's near the first down marker. Run out of bounds on the far side of the field. They're going to give it to him. First down. That's a big play. And once again, Kyle Hirsch with the reception.
I got to give a shout out to offensive coordinator or co-offensive coordinator Josh Lewis, who is the play caller, and the faith he clearly has in an offensive line. Dropping back to pass on 1st and 2nd down. Reichen staying in the pocket, hopping up and down. In his own end zone, risking not only the safety but a potential holding call in the end zone. He had full faith in the offensive line there, and they delivered.
Now it's Malachi Hartson at running back in the pistol formation. They'll hand it to him. No, they won't. It's a little swing out pass. Carbajal catches it in the backfield, stumbles ahead to the 20-yard line. Still got a gain of about 6 on the play. And that was a good little option play there by the Lancers. 4:12 and counting. 2nd quarter. Lancers down by 1. They're at their own 20-yard line, 2nd down and about 4.
As we near the end of the first half, Mount Marty received the opening kick. Dordt will receive the second half kick. Oh, it's terrible that we had to call him back-to-back weeks.
I
But
know.
Dordt gets the second half kick here.
Out of the shotgun, Reichen wants to throw. Pressure coming, throws through Hartz's hand and intercepted at the 23-yard line. Off the deflection.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Malachi Hartz did the one thing you cannot do, batted that ball up in the air, and a defender was able to come down with it. That is a heartbreaker for the Lancers.
Yeah, Kakmaninski, the junior out of Pella, Iowa, his first interception of the year. And that is a bad break because the ball's at the 21-yard line. 3:47 on the clock, second quarter, first down and 10, Dordt.
And it was up in the air for a few seconds. There was nobody near Malachi when that pass came in, just right off the hands, up in the air, had some hang time, and a defender was able to get underneath it. Wow.
Play action, Cruz throwing towards the end zone, and he has Looker inside the 10. Got away from Muhammad, and he is tackled near the 7-yard line, first down. First down, Dordt, rather.
Wow, Mount Marty's defense just had an incredible stand, backed up on their own goal line to keep it at a 1-point game. But now, Dordt with a chance. Ooh, looky here, there's a penalty flag. An eligible man downfield? No, never mind. Dordt was backing up. Oh, yes, it is.
Yep, ineligible receiver downfield against Dordt. So wipe out that pass play and move them back.
I was confused for a second there as the white hat official did the signal for an eligible man downfield, but then motioned to the defense, and I was like, wait, what happened there? But so, yeah, that erases that big play, and it'll go back
to the 26
15-yard line now. Yeah,
26
yards away.
Yep. So it'll be first down and 15 for Dordt after the penalty, wiping out that pass play. 2 men in the backfield. And they're going to go to the option play. Cruz on the left side. He will keep it and thrown down near the line of scrimmage. Not much of a gain there. Maybe about 3 yards. Oh, they're going to give him forward progress of 4 yards. Second down and 11 for the defenders. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Avera Health. Visit avera.org today. Checking into the game at running back is Preston McCoy, who has had limited playing time as of late. He was starting for him earlier this year. Fritz in motion. McCoy on the handoff, running to his right. Busts through a couple of tackles. He's across the 15 and spun down near the 10-yard line. That is some hard running by McCoy, the senior out of Galva, Iowa.
Now, he is their leading rusher on the season. 18 rushes for 251 yards. Nowhere near the top on the team in carries, but certainly the top in yards. He's averaging, as we talked about earlier, almost 14 yards a carry. And he only played in 4 games, though. I'm not sure if there's an injury trouble in there, but that's our first look at him tonight, and he's looked good.
First and goal from the 9-yard line for the defenders. Lancers, their backs against the wall again. It's going to be the option play, and it is going to be Cruz eluding a man, runs into the end zone, touchdown. What a fake by Cruz. And it's 13-6.
Capitalizing on the interception. It's a full tip drill interception just off the hands of a Lancer running back, batted up in the air. The one thing that cannot happen. Tip drill, defenders get it in Lancer territory, and they cash in on the short field.
And here comes the point after attempt. Connor Stevens is the holder. Steven Leinen, perfect on the year at 32 for 32. One of the best kickers in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Snap on target. Kick on the way. Sails to the right, and he missed it. Well, I guess the sportscaster's jinx works.
You got him.
13-6. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. 2:08 left to go. Second quarterback with the kickoff in just 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
I didn't know you did that. We hear that often. This is Matt Hansen with Hansen Briggs Advertising. Our slogan is, for all your printing and promotional needs. I emphasize all because we do apparel, pins, signs, printing, calendars, business cards, custom forms, banners, flyers, drinkware, bulk mailings, and much more. If you have a project, I'm sure Hansen Briggs can help. 1213 West 9th Street in Yankton or online at hansenbriggsadvertising.com.
Short field for Dordt. They cash in. 3 plays, 21 yards, a minute 39 time of possession. Cruz, his second rushing touchdown, this from 9 yards out, but the point after kick, no good. Leinen's first miss of the year. It's 13-6. Dordt on top of Mount Marty, and we have 2:08 left to go until halftime.
Yeah, 8 seconds until that 2-minute timeout, and Lancer's going to get one play, and here's the kicking unit coming out. Lancers are kind of stacking the box here as they're doing a little trickery.
Yeah, I think they were expecting a possible onside. It's a high end-over-end kick. Carbajal rushes up, catches it at the 10, and he is going to be brought down near the 20. A big fighting off of a block there and a tackle by the Dordt special teams unit.
A great kick return coverage. It would have been Levi Schroeder, I believe, or maybe even Nathan Feldman, both wearing 21. One of the two of them was the first man there, and a great hit.
Yeah, and Jaden Wenzel in on that play as well. Freshman out of Webster City, Iowa. All righty. Well, we'll have first down and 10 Lancers. They'll run one play, and then we'll have the 2-minute break here.
And Dordt still has 2 timeouts as well. If Mount Marty has a 3-and-out here, Dordt could have a chance to get it back before the end of the half. Lancers, offsides in the kicking team.
All right, so it's going to be enforced from the end of the return, so it moves the ball out to the 25-yard line. They will not re-kick, and it will be Mount Marty football. First down and 10.
You know, I would have liked to see the re-kick there because that would have got rid of the 2-minute timeout. Lancers' first priority right now, as Dordt's getting it the second half, needs to be keeping the football away from the defenders. You want to get downfield for sure, but you can't let them touch it again this half.
Wahos goes in motion right to left. It is going to be a running play. Hirsch to the left, bottled up, no gain, and that takes us to the 2-minute timeout here at Open Space Park, Sioux Center, Iowa. It's Dordt 13, Mount Marty 6. We'll be back in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
Harvest only comes once a year. You can't afford to waste time stuck behind a desk. At H&R Block of Yankton, we know ag business, and we know the importance of every minute during harvest. Let us handle the bookkeeping, payroll, and taxes while you focus on bringing in the crops. From deductions to record keeping, we'll make sure your numbers are in order so you can focus on the harvest. Call locally owned H&R Block of Yankton today at 605-665-3366.
Lucky for us, life is full of choices, big and small. They define us, make us who we are. And when it comes time for you to choose a car, home, your next big adventure, or start a new business, Farmers Union Insurance has the variety of coverage options to protect each perfect moment. Farmers Union Insurance.
For coverage you can count on, call Brendan Hansen or Brandon Tykrow in Yankton today.
2 minutes left to go here in quarter number 2. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. It is Dordt 13, Mount Marty 6, second down and 9 Lancers. They're going to drop back and pass. Riken throws over the middle, incomplete, intended for Carbajal at the 32-yard line, a little too far out in front of him.
Had him as well, and the incompletion will stop the clock. Had him, and it was open. He would have got 15, 20 yards on that play.
And now a big third down coming up for the Lancers. Lancers have all 3 timeouts left. Dordt has 2 timeouts left. And an incompletion here definitely helps Dordt. Or if they're brought down shy of the marker, Dordt can spend timeouts and play 2 for 1 here, potentially.
This is what I was talking about, re-kicking it. Then it would have, the kick return would have taken 3 seconds, and you would have been able to, as we see the Lancers take a timeout, we can talk about it here.
Yeah.
In the kick return, I would have thought re-kick it, because then you're with 2:03 seconds left. Though that kick return would take 3 seconds, and it gets rid of the 2-minute timeout. So then, if you have a drive that goes the way this one has so far, where first down you only get a yard, second down incompletion, you force Dordt to use their timeouts. Instead, Dordt has both timeouts remaining, and it's third down for the Lancers. If Mount Marty is not able to convert this third down, timeout, punt, Dordt's going to have a timeout and maybe a minute 40 left in the half. This is big third down here. Mount Marty really needs to convert this, or Dordt has a chance to go maybe 3 for 1 at the end of the first half. They just scored. They got a chance to do it again if they're able to get off the field on third down. They'll receive the second half kick. This third down, I can't put into words how massive this is for Mount Marty in terms of clock management and the end of the first half.
This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. They have legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. 1:56 on the clock. Third and 9. Lancers, they'll split out 2 men to the left, 1 to the right, 2 men in the backfield. Riken in the shotgun. Splits Carbajal out on the right side. throws to the sideline, incomplete, too high for Waholes at the 35-yard line.
Punt unit's going to have to come out for the Lancers on 4th and 9, and back-to-back incompletions plus that 2-minute timeout meant Dordt did not have to use either of their 2 timeouts. 1 minute and 52 seconds left in the half, 2 timeouts. They got a chance to really open up this ball game. It's a 7-point game right at the moment. Dordt can fix that before the Lancers ever touch the ball again. If they're able to go down and score twice, the next time the Lancers touch the football, it could be 27-6.
Potentially, it could be. Vance to punt it away. Here comes the pressure, but he gets it away. Punt sails across midfield, and a fair catch called by Valverde at the 41-yard line. Dordt, good field position, 1:46 on the clock, and 2 timeouts in their back pocket. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. They can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or a beginning farmer, they'll work hard to find the lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. Cruz has gone the distance at quarterback, playing for the injured Noah Strickfadden. 1st and 10. Pistol formation. 2 men to the left, 1 man out to the right. Straight drop back. Cruz wants to run, rolls out to his right, throws on the run, and incomplete. Near midfield. And it was intended for Williams, who's not listed in the 2 deep, but he is their main receiver. But he has been out there a little bit. Rhett Williams, a sophomore out of Marysville, Kansas.
One thing we haven't seen so far was Elliott Beal, who is far and away the leading receiver on the season.
Yeah, he's
not on the field right now.
No, he is not. 2nd down. Run. It's going to be McCoy to the right side. Bounces outside across midfield and gets out of bounds in Lancer territory around the 48-yard line.
In fact, I'm trying to remember here when it comes to Elliott Beal. I don't remember seeing him on the field yet. I'm looking for number 3 out there.
Yeah, I don't think he's been on the field at all, to be honest with you. I've been trying to find him because obviously he's been their top receiver at 23 catches, but I don't think he has been on the field in any of their formations so far. 1st and 10 from the Lancer 49-yard line. They'll go back to the run, and McCoy straight up the middle across the 45, muscles his way down near the 41-yard line, gain of about 8. And it looks like Dordt will spend a timeout. This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We're back in 30 seconds on KYNT.
If it's time to review the look of the signage of your business, let Mayor Signs help. They offer all types of signs, including exterior and interior signage, fleet wraps, digital signs, and much more. They also do logo creation and vehicle wraps. Their technicians arrive on site, fully equipped to get the installation done with quality workmanship. With the latest tools and technology, Mayor Signs provides high-quality installation service for any sign. Contact Mayor Signs today on 4th and Broadway in Yankton.
Skies have clouded over here in Sioux Center, Iowa. 1:26 on the clock, 2nd quarter. Dordt 13, Mount Marty 6. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. There's a 15% chance of rain today. Don't really see rain clouds at the moment, but it is clouding over. It was
There's
bright.
some gray clouds.
Yeah, we'll have to see as the afternoon progresses here. As we go back to action, it's 2nd down and about 4. And it's going to be a run up the middle. McCoy, he'll have the 1st down inside the 35 to the 34. Now that's going to stop the clock. They've got to move the chains. 1:20 on the clock. Quickly, Dordt comes to the line of scrimmage. Remember, they got a field goal kicker in Linen who has hit a 60-yarder this year, but he just missed an extra point a few moments ago. Cruz looking to the sideline as the clock starts up again. Cruz signaling his man to go deep. He's throwing towards the end zone, and it is going to be intercepted. Penalty flag down. And that is Amir Conley, and he'll go down at the 30-yard line.
So there's going to be a couple of penalties here. First things first, 12 men on the field for the Mount Marty Lancers, and then I think they might have actually held the receiver downfield as well. Both of these might be on the defense. First penalty is certainly going to be 12 men on the field. John Micheletti is upset about it because Dordt substituted, so the Lancers get a chance to substitute as well, but they still snap the ball before the 12th man was off. So they might pick up the 12-man penalty. I'm not sure.
It is Connor Singheisen is our official for today's game. Clock stops, 59 seconds left to go here in the second quarter. Now the officials conferring near the 40-yard line to figure out what the infractions are.
Yeah, like I said, Dordt substituted, and when the offense substitutes, the defense gets a chance to substitute as well. So the Lancers get a chance to trot somebody on the field, and you're not supposed to get quite the ready for play until the defender has a chance to get off the field. And he was going at a full sprint, wasn't lollygagging there, and they were still able to snap the ball. So they're talking about this one. They might pick up the 12-men penalty, but still, I think that was a holding penalty down on the other end on the Lancers.
Yeah, there's a penalty flag thrown down near the 8-yard line.
Mm-hmm.
That was the spot where it was intercepted by Amir Conley, but will it stand? Defense still on the field for Mount Marty. 13-6 our score, Dordt on top. This is a huge, huge decision here.
It's taken a lot of time to talk about it. Here we go.
Illegal substitution on Mount Marty.
Okay.
5-yard penalty, and it will remain second down. All right, so there was...
So I think they're picking up the downfield penalty. Maybe we're saying the play didn't happen. Maybe we're saying since that was a kind of a pre-snap penalty, they blow it dead, and there just was no play because it's first down again.
Yeah.
All right.
So, all right, here we go. First down and 5. Ball's put down at the 29-yard line of the Lancers. First down for Dordt. Cruz drops back in the shotgun, wants to throw. He'll start to take it on the run and tripped up and sacked. 1-yard loss at the 30-yard line. Clock still running, 48 seconds and counting. Second down and 5. 1 timeout left for both squads. Dort's trying to hang on to their final timeout.
Bryson Mitchell, who's earned a lot of playing time this season with the sack there.
Cruz looking to the sideline, pistol formation. He's going to fake the handoff, roll out to his right, throw on the run, and it is incomplete.
Yeah, that was a miscommunication. Again, the Colson Cruz turned to his left to hand it off, and the running back went to his right. Broken play. He just kind of rolls to his right and gets rid of it.
But also burned up a lot of time.
Yeah, it did. Incompletion stops the clock, but it's still going to be third down.
Yep. Ball's put at the 30-yard line, and that's where it'll be third down and about 6. And that gives the officials conferring here for a moment. And they're on the far sideline, I think, talking with John Micheletti about something we can't see. Again, that's on the far sideline from where we're at.
There was a flag thrown. I just saw him pick it up.
Ineligible receiver downfield.
Yep.
And the penalty will be accepted, so it's going to back him up. And again, this is a field position decision.
So that was something that I was wondering they were talking about. Because it was a broken play, that was a designed run, but then it was broken, so he just threw it. But once he threw it, the offensive line was already downfield, run blocking, ineligible man downfield.
Ball backed up to the 35. Second and long. Cruz throws towards the sideline, caught and out of bounds. Looker with the catch at the 23-yard line. That'll move the chains.
Well, we haven't seen Elliott Beal today, but Isaac Looker is really showing up for potentially, I don't know what's going on with Elliott Beal, maybe an injury or something, but he's really showing up today. Looker's second big catch and another first down. Both times he's caught has been big first downs.
The ball's at the 24-yard line. Check that 23-yard line, first down and 10. There's 23 seconds on the clock here. 1 timeout left for Dordt. Play action. Cruz from about the 30-yard line is just going to heave it towards the end zone and out of bounds, incomplete. Stops the clock with 18 seconds left. Now, they are within field goal range, but they are going into the teeth of this wind.
Yeah, and they just missed an extra point. The Lancers at this point, they're kind of needing to hang back and just deny the touchdown here. They kind of have to start throwing deep here, trying to get it into the end zone. Only 18 seconds left. You don't have time for a whole lot.
Second down and 10 for Dordt from the Lancer 23-yard line. 2 men in the backfield. 2 men split out to the left for Dordt. Play action. Cruz being pursued. Just going to throw it, and it's going to be caught near the sideline and out of bounds near the 12-yard line. That was Rhett Williams. And it's going to be a first down. And he got out of bounds.
10 seconds left. That was well done. You got time for one, maybe two plays if you're throwing it at the end zone and have incompletions. They do still have that one timeout, so the middle of the field's open. Honestly, at the 10-yard line, you could potentially run this play. They love that option.
Well, they got McCoy in at running back in the pistol formation. 2 men to the right, 1 out to the left. Cruz, straight drop back, looks left. Gonna throw, incomplete, intended for Looker in the left corner of the end zone. That pass too high.
One more play. Dordt has one more play where you don't really have time for the option anymore with only 6 seconds.
No.
One quick throw to the end zone is all you got, but they might even just settle here. 6 seconds left. They march out the field goal unit. Not going to take the chance.
Yep, here comes Linen out for the field goal attempt. 7 of 10. His long 60. This will be a 28-yard attempt from the left hash mark into the wind. Connor Stevens, the holder, and now a timeout is being called, I think, by Mount Marty. Yep, they're going to try to freeze the kicker here. Let them think about it. This timeout brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're located on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We'll keep it here during the break with just 6 seconds left to go. It's been a pretty fast-moving game, although the second quarter has taken a little bit longer. I think the first quarter took 18 minutes of real time to play, and we've had a few more stoppages here in this second quarter of play, which still has gone by pretty quickly here at Open Space Park. And again, the skies have clouded over. There is a 15% chance of rain today. A little bit cooler. Well, actually, temperature's actually gone up. It's now 62 degrees here with the cloud cover rolling in. It was sunny, very bright earlier when we kicked off, but the wind blowing some clouds in. Again, about a 15% chance of rain today.
So let's talk about the situation here. If I'm Dordt, I'm taking advantage of the Lancer timeout. I might have marked out my offense there because I still got a timeout in my pocket and literally just position yourself. You take the 2 yards backwards and put yourself in the middle of the field. We're actually kicking from the left hash here. He's got to angle this, so they're going to try and kick.
Yeah, normally right-footed kickers like it on the right hash mark. They're on the left hash mark. Sharp angle, 28-yard attempt. Stevens is the holder. Snap on target. Kick on the way. Has the distance. And it is good. And that's how we're going to end the first half of football as there's triple zeros on the clock. It is Dordt 16, Mount Marty 6. And I tell you what, well, John Micheletti was hoping for a couple of more seconds to be put on the clock.
Yeah, 6 seconds for a field goal is a lot. He was hoping for one kick return at least. 6 seconds for a field goal.
Yeah, the clock just kept rolling. It went through the uprights with about 2 seconds on the clock. The officials
might review this. We'll see.
Yep, they're going to send the teams to the locker room. Right. That's what we're at the break here, 16-6. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. And our halftime today is brought to you by Parker Hannafin. It's day one of your new career, and Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions. They're offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. And that all begins on day one. Learn more at parker.com. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. Mount Marty football at the break. They're down 16-6. You are listening to KYNT.
FM 1021 and AM 1450. KYNT, Yankton.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? Or singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40. Or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
The Great Plains Athletic Conference is committed to being champions in the classroom, in our communities, and in competition. And we are also proud to be an NAIA 5-star Champions of Character Conference. To learn more about the GPAC, follow us on social media on Instagram, X, and Facebook, and watch the GPAC on the GPAC Network. The Great Plains Athletic Conference, academic and athletic excellence since 2000.
Oktoberfest is a brief moment of fall beer drinking beauty. So have Samuel Adams Oktoberfest on hand as the nights get cooler and the days a little shorter. Smooth taste with the roasty sweetness and light hop character that's only available for a short time. Kick off cooler weather with food and friends and don't miss a moment with Samuel Adams Oktoberfest. Grab it while you can at your favorite place to buy beer.
It is halftime here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Open Space Park is the venue. The homestanding Dordt Defenders lead the Mount Marty Lancers 16-6 here at the intermission. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. That last scoring drive by the Defenders went 11 plays, 49 yards, a minute 46 time of possession, and Stephen Leinen connecting from 28 yards on the field goal, and that makes your score 16-6 here at the break. This is the halftime show brought to you by Parker Hannafin, and we'll begin things with the Runza Rundown. Now, if you're on the run, make it Runza. They get you your food fast so you can get going. Runzas, burgers, fries, onion rings, salads, chickens, desserts, and a whole lot more at Runza in Yankton. Well, it was a great start, Tehl, for this contest for the Mount Marty Lancers. They drove down the field, took a long time to do it, and they cashed in with a touchdown.
Yeah, they did. It was a 9-minute and 7-second, 15-play drive that went 75 yards, and it was actually 6 of the Lancers' 7 first downs in the first half. That drive was the entirety of the first half offense, and it ended up being a Rugby Riken touchdown pass to Kyle Hirsch, the running back. Took it on the wheel route from 11 yards out. Lancers go up 6-0, 5:53 left in the first quarter.
And then Dordt responded with a long drive of their own.
8 minutes and 22 seconds on the next drive. Colson Cruz topped it off with a 3-yard rushing touchdown for Dordt. They get the extra point. Lancers missed theirs. 7-6 Dordt leads. After that, it was a Colson Cruz run for 9 yards off the Rugby Riken interception. It was off the hands of Malachi Hartz, batted up in the air, tip drill, and you had a defender come down with it. They go cash in on that touchdown to make it 13-6 with 2 minutes and 8 seconds left in the first half. Dordt is able to get it back for one last gasp, and they make a 28-yard field goal to end the half. 16-6, your score.
And that is the rundown of the first half, brought to you by Runza. Quick moving first half of football here. Homecoming for the Dordt Defenders today. Now let's check out some of the game stats, brought to you by the Meat Lodge. If you want top quality meat at great prices, well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Tehl, what you got?
Let's go ahead and take a look at these. We'll start it off with total offense here. Dordt, 182 yards in the ball game on 39 offensive plays. Mount Marty, 25 offensive plays for 100 yards of offense in the first half. Very balanced attack for the Lancers. They've got 45 yards on the ground, 55 yards through the air. Rugby Riken is 7 of 12 throwing the football, 55 yards, 1 touchdown and that interception. Not really his fault. It was batted ball by a teammate that was taken down on a tip drill, but still running the football. Once again, 45 yards in the ball game for the Lancers, 13 team carries. And it's Malachi Hartz with 15 yards leading the team. Kyle Hirsch has 14 yards as well. Jameer Pearson has 7. The Lancers, not great averages on the day, only 45 yards on 13 carries. That's got to get picked up in the second half. Receiving, Kyle Hirsch doing the majority of that. 5 of the 7 completions in the first half. He caught for 39 yards in the touchdown. Jacob Carbajal had 1 catch for 6 yards. Malachi Hartz 1 for 10. You notice there, Steve, only 1 catch by a wide receiver in the first half. Lancers are really trying to run the football, haven't been able to throw downfield on the 4-2-5 defense of the Defenders. The Defenders on the other end, they're not really trying to throw the football. They 4 completed passes at the half. Colson Cruz is 4 of 10 for 47 yards, and mostly all of those on that last drive as they were just trying to get down the field at the end of the half. They had Isaac Looker catch 2 catches for 23 yards. Thomas Fritz 1 for 11. Rhett Williams 1 for 13. But running the football is where they excelled. Fritz has 47 yards on 6 carries. McCoy has 38 yards on 4 carries. Cruz himself has 9 carries for 22 yards. Piper is 6 for 19. Valverde 4 for 9. That's your individual stats at the half. Some of the team stats that you want to take a look at. Mount Marty has 7 first downs at halftime, 6 of them on the opening drive, so they've been really quiet since then in the second quarter. In Dordt, they got 15 first downs in the ball game. Efficiency, let's look at third down. Dordt is 5 of 7 in the ball game. They've been efficient. Mount Marty 1 of 4. On fourth down, Lancers are 1 of 1. They converted the 1 on their opening touchdown drive. Dordt 1 of 2.
Time of possession plus 5 minutes in favor of Dordt. Mount Marty had 12 minutes, 32 seconds. 9:07 of that was on their opening drive. So for the rest of the half, just a little over 3 minutes of time of possessions. And Rugby Riken was 5 of 5 on that first drive, but he is 2 of 7 since then. And 55 yards, his longest pass on the day, 11 yards, that to Kyle Hirsch. So the first drive was great for the Lancers, but after that, their offense has produced pretty much next to nothing. We do have to credit the Lancer defense. They had that big fourth down stop inside the 5-yard line, but unfortunately, it wasn't too long after that you had the tip pass for the interception.
Yeah, it's exactly that. The Lancer defense was able to stand at their own goal line. I think it was their own 3-yard line. They were able to get the turnover on downs, but then the turnover just a couple of plays later, I think 2 or 3 plays later. So they trot right back out onto the field. They'd been on the field for a long time in a very short break. Dordt was able to capitalize and score their second touchdown of the game. And then obviously the end of half field goal for the defenders makes it a 10-point advantage at the half. Dordt will receive the second half kickoff as well. Mount Marty's defense needs to come out and play well to start this third quarter, or Dordt could go up 3 possessions before the Lancers touch the football.
And our halftime show being brought to you today by Parker Hannafin. 16-6, the score here at the break. We're going to take a timeout. We'll come back with our halftime interview. That's brought to you by Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. And we get to talk to Dr. Mark Brown.
Yeah, the new president of Mount Marty University. I was able to go to his press conference, and we'll have a little snippet from his official opening press conference as the new president for Mount Marty University, as he talked about some of the things that he wants to do here in Mount Marty.
All right, that comes up after this 2-minute timeout. It's 16-6. Dordt on top of the Lancers here at the break. You're listening to Mount Marty Football, and this is KYNT.
Hey, son, can you hand me that vice grip?
As any farmer or rancher knows, having the right tools in the toolbox is important. That goes for your ag lending as well. If you're considering expansion, restructuring debt, or purchasing equipment, call Dakota Mac. We have a toolbox full of lending solutions to help you with your ag financing needs.
Hi, it's Jeff Wolfgram from Dakota Mac. Call us at 800-682-4578 to learn how Dakota Mac products can work for you.
We've got football fever at Lewis and Clark Ford. And with the Bucks and Lancers, we got a lot to cheer about. Yankton fans are also cheering the great lineup at Lewis and Clark Ford. Our roster of brand new Fords begins with the quarterback, the F-150, the speedy receiver, the Mustang, the hard-working lineman, the Ford Super Duty truck, and the star running back, the Bronco. See our team at lewisandclarkford.com or at our playing field, 4th and Capitol, Yankton.
All right, back here in the halftime show from Parker Hannafin as we turn now to our halftime interview from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff, attorneys in Yankton. Mount Marty just had a press conference for their brand new president in Dr. Mark Brown, and here is a snippet of his press conference talking about Mount Marty University.
Over the past 2 years, this community has stirred my spirit and it has captured my heart. I know that God has a unique path for each of us, and in my time in this community, I have felt such joy and such peace that, in my experience, often comes when you're following God's intended path. I have never known an institution that lives up to its mission and values the way I have experienced here at Mount Marty University. Listen to our university mission and values. We're an academic community in the Catholic, Benedictine, liberal arts tradition that prepares students for a contemporary world of work, service to the community, and personal growth. We believe that the Benedictine values of awareness of God, community, hospitality, lifelong learning, and service are fundamental to daily life. Now let that sink in for just a second. We are not your average university. We aspire to strengthen the very spirit as we prepare future leaders for careers in service, as they take those values as professionals into their communities. And if you have a conversation with some of our students here today, or if you have a conversation with some of our alumni, you'll recognize right away the unique and very real value of the Mount Marty way of educating students. We are blessed to have the sponsorship and the guidance and the support of the Benedictine Sisters of the Sacred Heart Monastery. They are daily living examples of so much of what we all aspire to be. Our university has also been embraced by the Benedictine Brothers at Christ the King Priory, and we're blessed to be a part of the Benedictine community throughout the world. We're truly honored to be a part of the thriving Yankton, South Dakota community, and we're incredibly grateful for the deep, long-standing relationship we've had with the Avera Health System. As South Dakota's only Catholic university, we recognize our unique responsibility in this region. My wife Alicia and I, and our sons Everett and Henry, moved to South Dakota a little over 5 years ago. We moved from a ranch that we had in northern Colorado, where we had a small cow-calf operation. That might be a stretch of the term cow-calf operation, but it was a family hobby. And Alicia and I have always appreciated raising our boys with those types of ag-based values. Our boys, Everett and Henry, are ages 9 and 6. They're into 4-H, they're into Cub Scouts, they're into everything. They're into all things farm and ranch, and they're into just about every sport you can imagine. We are a strong Catholic family, and I told the Board of Trustees that we come into this role very much as a family. We come as sort of a package deal. And so yes, we will be there on the sidelines as a family in our Lancer gear, cheering on our student athletes. We'll be some of the Lancers' greatest fans. It's important to me that you know that I have the deepest respect for President Long, who, with the support of the sisters, with the support of the board, with the support of this entire community, has put Mount Marty University in a sustainable position and on the cusp of becoming a preeminent university in this region. Mount Marty University turns 90 next year, which means that if I have the honor of serving in this role for as long as President Long has served in this role, I'll be here with you. We'll all be here celebrating together when Mount Marty University turns 100. And so as I get started in this role, I will be on a mission to strengthen our institutional foundation, to ensure that we are in a very strong position to be able to dream big together as a community to create a vision for the next 100 years of Mount Marty University.
And that was the new president of Mount Marty University, and Dr. Mark Brown. Dr. Mark Long's last day will be at the end of the year. Mark Brown will be the sole president on January 1st. This is the halftime show from Parker, that from Marlowe, Woodward, and Huff. We'll take a break, come back, keep things rolling. You're listening to Mount Marty Lancer Football on KYNT.
At Les Schwab, we've been changing the tire game for more than 70 years. Our Go the Extra Mile service means more hustle, less hassle. We design our own exclusive tires to give you more tires made for the road you drive, less compromise. All backed by America's best tire warranty included with every tire we sell. We're talking more unbeatable tire warranty, less charging you extra, like the other guys. It's why you get more from less. Book an appointment at leschwab.com.
Are you huddling up with the relatives for the holidays or a Yankton or Mount Marty football game, but don't have enough space in your locker room? Book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott are Holiday Inn Express. There won't be any roughing penalties with their clean, comfortable beds, and no interference on a relaxing stay. Remember, instead of everyone at your house, call on Audible and book rooms at the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express. For great rates and flexible reservation changes, call either hotel direct.
The Parker Hannafin halftime show continues here on KYNT. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. 16-6, Dordt on top of the Lancers here at the intermission. And let's check out the scoreboard, brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's. They're on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, I tell you what, I'll start things off here. We've got some scores from the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Near halftime, it's Concordia ahead of Hastings 13-7. Halftime, tied up Morningside and Northwestern tied up at 7. And they're just starting the third quarter. It's Midland on top of Briar Cliff, 21-0.
Yeah, a couple of really interesting scores there. Obviously, you said Morningside at Northwestern. That one's always a great game, and it's turning into it again in Orange City, 7-7 at half. I love seeing that. Midland, 21-0 over Briar Cliff. We'll see if Briar Cliff's able to kind of come back in that second half.
All right, let's move on to major college football. And I believe we did have an upset today. Let's check out the final scores. Yes. Number 17 Vanderbilt beat number 10 LSU. That is a final, 31-24. Break up the Commodores. They just knocked off LSU. Games in progress. Number 12 Georgia Tech leading at Duke late in the fourth quarter, 27-10. Looks like Georgia Tech's going to stay unbeaten. And number 14 Oklahoma, they're just starting the fourth quarter. They're ahead of South Carolina, 24-7.
And remember that last night game, Minnesota defeating number 25 Nebraska 24-6 in Minnesota, and then storming the field after beating the number 25 team in the nation.
That just says the state of Minnesota football, I guess you could say. Hey, you got anything from the Mo Valley?
Yeah, I got lots from the Mo Valley. With 1 minute left in the first half, South Dakota is tied with Northern Iowa at 7 apiece. South Dakota State is trailing in the final 2 minutes of the first half to Murray State, 14-7. North Dakota is handling Southern Illinois, 35-7. North Dakota State is leading Indiana State, 10-7 at halftime. And then in the third quarter, Illinois State leading Youngstown State, 21-19.
I think I got South Dakota State ahead of Murray State, 14-7.
Oh, do you now? I got. I'm seeing 14-7. So one of us has got something wrong on technology.
But here's an interesting thing. The Indiana State, North Dakota State game has been delayed, so we're not sure what is going on at that particular contest. So we'll try to keep you up to date as best you can. Let's check out scores from the Big 12. We also have a delay, TCU and Baylor, 35-21 with TCU ahead. And Central Florida ahead of West Virginia, 28-7. That game late in the third quarter of play. And Houston beat Arizona today, 31-28. Those are games from the Big 12. Moving over to the Big 10. Games in progress. Well, let's get a final score from today. Michigan beat Washington 24-7 at the Big House. And Northwestern leading Purdue 3-0. That is late in the first quarter of play.
So I'm looking into the SDSU Murray State game, trying to figure out who's actually leading there. And I pulled up the live stats, and it's actually a little confused there as well. The box score shows Murray State leading 14-7, but the official score shows South Dakota State leading 14-7. So I'm kind of confused here. I'll see if I can figure this out for you. Maybe I can pull it up as we're ready to kick off.
Yep, our second half of football going to be brought to you by Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust, member FDIC. Now it's Camden Vance is going to do the kickoff duties, and it's Valverde and also Mantell. They're going to be doing the kicking duties here, or kickoff return duties for the Dordt defenders. And it looks like Camden Vance had to run to the sideline, grab a different tee. Now, it is windy out here.
I do have the update. It is 14-7 Jacks. So the SDSU is, in fact, leading. So there's a little confusion. Might be some tech problems down there, but it is 14-7 Jackrabbits.
And that game at Murray State today.
Yes.
Now, here's an interesting thing. He's put the ball on the tee flat.
Oh.
Well, you know what? I
think he was just holding it.
Yeah, okay. So they're going to have a player hold the football. We've seen this a couple times this year. The winds have really kicked up here, 20 to 30 miles per hour. Cloudy skies now here in Sioux Center, Iowa. There is about a 15% chance of rain here today. And, yeah, well, the man holding the football for Vance as he is going to kick it with the wind at his back. High end-over-end kick. It's going to sail Valverde at the 5-yard line. Runs up the field, now angles to his right. He's got a hole, and he's across on the 40. He's near midfield and finally brought down in Lancer territory at the 49.
Yeah, great start to the second half for the defenders. Across midfield already, setting up shop in Lancer territory to start this opening drive of the third quarter.
Marty football today brought to you in part by Conklin Distributing. Packed with essential vitamins and nutrients, Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. From the 48-yard line of the Lancers, 1st and 10 for Dordt. They operate right to left on your radio dial here in the third quarter. They'll put a man in motion. That's Fritz. He's in the backfield now. Puts a handoff to McCoy up the middle, and he just powers ahead across the 45 to the 44-yard line. Pierce with the tackle.
Daniel Pierce has had a couple of great tackles in this ball game. He was the one on that 4th down stop at the Lancers' own goal line here. It's been good today.
Marty football today brought to you in part by Foreman Charters. Let Foreman Charters do the driving for you on your next trip. See upcoming tours at foremanbus.com. Colson Cruz at quarterback today for Dordt. Noah Strickfaden on the sidelines, and it's going to be handoff up the middle. Crashing into the line is McCoy. Keeps the legs churning, fights through a tackle, and he's near the first down. They're going to give it to him at the 38-yard line. That was all effort there by McCoy.
You gotta like what you see from him. Once again, Preston McCoy, their leading rusher on the season, coming into today with 251 yards on 18 carries. He's averaging almost 14 yards a carry on the season, and it's because of things like that. He just refuses to go down.
They have a wealth of talent at the running back position, do the Dordt defenders. 2 men in the backfield. Option play to the left. Pitch. Fritz gets it at the 40 to the 35 down the sideline. He's at the 20, the 10, the 5. Touchdown. And he was close to the sideline. I thought he stepped out of bounds. He did not. And that is going to be a 38-yard touchdown run for Fritz on the option play.
And there could have been a holding call on the first man there right in front of the official. Didn't see it. Had a hold of the Lancer shoulder pad, was holding him back, and Dordt got away with one there.
Well, it cashes in for a touchdown run of 38 yards by McCoy. And here comes Stephen Leinen to try the point after kick here, as the defenders wasted no time driving down the field. The point after kick is on the way, and it is good. 13:23 left to go, third quarter. Dordt 23, Mount Marty 6. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Looking for the easy way to travel? Well, let Foreman Charters do the driving for your next trip. Here are some 2026 tours coming up. Experience the full-scale replica of Noah's Ark with the Ark Encounter Tour leaving in May. Visit Michigan's historic resort destination, Mackinac Island, in June. Also in June, head for the hills and the famous Medora musical. And see the Grand Canyon and other Southwest National Parks in July. For more on Foreman Charters tours, go to foremanbus.com.
Well, it only took about a minute and 37 seconds for the defenders to strike here in quarter number 3. They have rattled off 23 unanswered points and lead 23-6. 13:23 left, third quarter. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner, and we are in Sioux Center, Iowa. Homecoming today for Dordt. Big crowd on hand here at Open Space Park, and so far things have gone the way of the home team.
And it's almost all in the last 4 minutes of gameplay. As the ball falls off the tee here, they're going to have somebody hold it on the kickoff. But once again, at the end of the first half, Dordt got a touchdown to make it 13-6 with 2:08 on the clock. Then the field goal as time expires in the first half. Then a quick drive here. The majority of the scoring has all been in the last 4 minutes. Dordt perfectly executed the end of half. When you defer at the beginning of the game, that's exactly what you're hoping for. Able to score late and then get the ball back and score again to start the third quarter. It's exactly what they did. They executed it perfectly. This was a 7-6 ball game. Dordt leading by only 1 point with 3 minutes to go in the first half, and now Dordt has just broken this open.
High end-over-end kickoff. It'll sail down to Phillips, and he's tripped up by his own man at the 8-yard line. He and Carbajal ran into each other.
Oh, man.
Boy, when it rains, it pours.
Yeah, that's exactly what's happening right now. The Lancers have got to get their mental under control right now. On the road in a very hostile environment.
Yeah, it's
gotta get something rolling.
Yeah, you have to overcome those mental mistakes and get things going again. I mean, this team was, had a great opening drive, but since then, the offense has only gained, I think, 2 first downs?
I think there's something wrong with the football here. Their Lancers are motioning at it. Might be the wrong football out there. Yeah, they're blowing the play dead and taking a look at it.
Well, we got a moment here. I'd like to remind you that Mount Marty Football Today brought to you in part by Lewis and Clark Ford. They're a proud sponsor of Mount Marty Athletics. You can visit them at 4th and Capitol in Yankton or online at lewisandclarkford.com. All righty. Well,
we replaced the football.
It is starting to get a little dark here.
It's a little bit.
I don't know if you have to turn on the lights just yet here, but boy, if it get much darker, you might have to. It was bright sunshine when we kicked off, but the clouds have rolled in as the Lancers go to the run, and Hirsch to the left side, pushed out of bounds. Short gain on the play. The ball was at the 8, and they're going to say he's out of bounds, I think, at the 10-yard line. Will they give him the 11? Just shy of the 11. We'll call it a gain of 3 and be generous. They'll say 2 now. 2nd down and 8 coming up. Well, Marty, they've got to get a drive and got to get some points on the board right here, right now. They're down 23-6 against the number 10 team in the country. 2 men out to the right, 2 men out to the left. Now it's the empty backfield. Reichen fakes the screen, throws downfield, and it is going to be incomplete. Wahols too high for him at the 30-yard line on the left sideline.
Yeah, had him on the go route down the field, just a little too high and a little too led out of bounds there, just off on the deep ball.
3 plays, 48 yards, 137 time of the possession on that last drive by Dordt. Now a big 3rd down and 8 coming up. Reichen has been off target now. He's 7 of 13 passing. Started off the game 5 of 5. 1 man out each side, and now Carbajal out of the backfield in motion to the right side. Blitz coming. Reichen throws to the sideline, too high, incomplete. Intended for Broadnax at the 31-yard line, and some great coverage downfield applied by McCullough. And something I've noticed, Tehl, the last few passes too high.
Yeah, they've been too high, leading a little too far. When you're struggling like that, we talked about it earlier. I think Rugby Reichen started 5 for 5 in this ball game in the opening drive, and since then he's now 2 for 9. When you're struggling like that, you want to see some shorter passes, maybe throw some screens, a couple of curl routes to try and get back into a rhythm. Maybe we'll see that on the next drive.
Punt. Valverde races to catch it at the Lancer 45, makes a man miss at the 40, reverses his field, tries to get some blocks. He's at the 30, he's at the 20, down the sideline. He's out of bounds near the 10-yard line. And Valverde with a great return for Dordt, and the defenders are rolling.
Back-to-back great special teams plays to start off the first half. The kick return to open the second half that got across midfield, set up Dordt with a short field, they cash in. Now a punt return that sets them up in 1st and goal on, I think, the 9-yard line is where they're going to set it down. Dordt special teams has been great in the third quarter.
Yep, and, the Lancers last week were red hot to start the second half. Now it's Dordt red hot to start the second half of play, and they've got it first and goal. 2 men in the backfield. Cruz takes the snap, keeps it, option play left. Now he'll keep it, and he'll be buried after about a 1-yard gain. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake on Highway 52. Under 12 minutes to go, third quarter, 23-6. Dordt on top. They're already within field goal range. Second and goal from the 8. 2 men in the backfield, McCoy and Fritz. 1 man out to the right. And it'll be a run up the middle. McCoy, he'll crash into the line and push the pile to the 5. Gain of 3.
Lancers have held here a couple of times in the red zone on third down. They've got a chance to do it again.
Jake Van Dong coming into the game at a wide receiver. See if they'll try to spread the field here. So they'll split Fritz and Looker out on the right side. McCoy, the lone back, in the pistol formation. Third and goal from the 5. On the right hash mark, Cruz puts Fritz in motion into the backfield. Option play to the left. Cruz in trouble, reverses his field, spins, and he'll be tackled after a short gain of about 2 yards. And here comes the field goal unit. So after the long kickoff, actually holding them to a field goal attempt here is a win for the Lancer defense, considering they started first and goal after that big punt return. Leinen for the field goal attempt. This will be 21-yard attempt, basically, and it's an extra point from the left hash mark. Into the wind. Connor Stevens, the holder. The kick is on the way. The angle is good. 10-12 left to go here in the quarter. The clock ran off an extra couple of seconds. 26-6 the score. Dordt on top of Mount Marty. We're back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Did you know Sureco offers more than just egg tarps? Sureco now extends our leading tarp systems, industry know-how, and top-level service to construction, flatbed, and waste applications. Sureco offers manual and electric tarp systems for not only grain trailers and carts, but also side dumps, end dumps, belly dumps, roll-offs, flatbeds, and more. To learn more, contact your authorized Sureco distributor or find us at sureco.com. Demand the best. Demand Sureco.
That last scoring drive for the defenders, 4 plays, 6 yards, 2:09 time of possession. 21-yard field goal by Stephen Leinen, his second of the contest. 26 unanswered points for Dordt. They lead 26-6 over Mount Marty. 10-10 left to go, third quarter. He's Tehl Tanner. I'm Steve Thum. And it is Leinen to kick off. Phillips, Carbajal back deep for Mount Marty. There was some confusion last time. This time it's going to be Carbajal. Runs up, catches it at the 12-yard line, runs to his left, looking for a wall of blockers across the 25 to the 30. Tries to reverse his field. He'll struggle ahead to the 32-yard line. First down and 10. Lancers. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Slowey Management. Call the Fairfield by Marriott or Holiday Inn Express and Yankton Direct for great rates and flexible reservation changes.
Now, one good thing for the Lancers here, there's over 10 minutes left in the third quarter. We're still early in the second half. Mount Marty is down 20 points. It's 3 possessions. They have overcome much bigger deficits than that this season. They've done it the last couple of years. They're still in this game, but it's got to start here soon. They haven't really done anything offense since the opening drive. That needs to change.
Well, they'll go to the run in Malachi Hartz, and he picks his way through traffic across the 35 to the 37, gain of 5. And I think you have to at least mix in some run. Remember, Mount Marty was down 31-7 to Concordia and came back and took the lead on them. Eventually fell in that contest. Hartz to the run, hit right away at the line of scrimmage. He'll lose a yard.
Well, they are trying to run the football, but a yard loss there will bring up 3rd down and probably a passing situation here for the Mount Marty Lancers on 3rd and 6.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Sureco. When you need to be sure, make it Sureco. Hart stays into the game. He'll trot out to the right side as a wide receiver. Empty backfield, 3rd down and 5. Now Hartz moves back to a running back position to the left of his quarterback in the shotgun set. Straight drop back. Riken looking, throws on the run. Broadnax catches it. A little pattern across the way, gets to the 43-yard line, and I think he's got the first down. He does. Little crossing route there going from left to right, and Broadnax just outran the defense just enough to get the first down.
And that's what we need to see here. I talked about a little bit at the end of the last drive for the Lancers. You need to get your young quarterback back into a rhythm. You need to have short crossing plays, some curl routes. Let him get a few completions down the field. He's only his 8th completion of the game and his 2nd completion to a wide receiver tonight. Got to get those wide receivers, get the ball in the hands of your playmakers here.
Back to the run in Hartz, runs over a blocker, surges ahead, gets the midfield, call it a gain of about 7 for Malachi Hartz. If the Lancers can keep running with that kind of efficiency, you don't have to abandon the run yet if you're Mount Marty. 2nd down and 3. And they'll go back to Hartz. He'll push ahead up the middle, twists ahead, and I think he got just enough for a first down. Yep, he will. Gain of 3. First down, Lancers.
I'm still a big fan of my cinder block guy down here on the sideline. They literally have a cinder block on the Dordt sideline that every time they're on defense, they just hold above their head, high above their head, cinder block mentality, I guess. I'm waiting for somebody to bash their forehead against it as you do, just because that's football right there. But it's 1st and 10 here. The cinder block defense of the Dordt defenders bending a little bit here. Mount Marty's putting a drive together in opposing territory.
Yep. 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line of Dordt. Hirsch in the game now. He'll take the pitch to the left side, and he is going to be swarmed under, and he's run out of bounds. He might have gotten back to the lane of scrimmage, but that was an effort just to do that.
Oh, looks like they're going to mark him well short. They're going to mark him 3 yards shy.
Wow. I thought he made it to the
too.
sideline and ran out of bounds, but it's going to be a loss of 3 on that running play to the left for Kyle Hirsch. 6:50 and counting, 3rd quarter, 26-6, Dordt on top of Mount Marty. 2nd and long, 2nd and 13 for the Lancers. A little 2 men to the left, 1 to the right. Straight drop back out of the shotgun, throw over the middle, caught. And that's Waholes, his first catch at the 30-yard line of Dordt. First down, Mount Marty.
Well, that wasn't an easy completion, but it was right on the money from Rugby Riken, right through the defense. It was a zone defense. Waholtz found the spot, just sat down and waited for it. Rugby threw it on a frozen rope. He had a lot of speed on that ball.
Yep, there was
Fastball.
that was a fastball right down the middle. It had plenty of zip on it, and it was on target. Waholtz, his first catch of the game. First down and 10, Lancers showing some life here now on offense in the 3rd quarter, down 26-6. Riken drops back, rolls out to his left. They're going to throw on the run, incomplete, intended for Broadnax at the 22-yard line.
Yeah, a little throw low on that one as he's at a full sprint, rolling to his left and trying to throw across his body, a hard thing to do. It'll bring up 2nd and 10.
Mount Marty football brought to you today in part by Ben's Brew Station. They're the office watch party location for KYN TV. They've got 16 TVs and all the refreshments you need. If it's on KYN TV, it's on at Ben's. 2nd down and 10. Lancers driving left to right on your radio dial here in the 3rd quarter. Roland goes in motion. Play action. Riken stands tall in the pocket, throws to the end zone, got a man, and it's caught. Waholtz, touchdown. He was wide open.
Waholtz just burned his defender, left him in the dust. He had 10 yards of separation there. Easy pitch and catch for the Lancers. Waholtz, what a route. Lancers are back in this thing right away. We talked about it. They're no stranger to comebacks. Let's see if they can spark it with that.
And for only the 2nd time this season, the Dordt defense has allowed a team to score double digits. The only other time, Northwestern. And by the way, that win over Northwestern, that was the first time Dordt ever beat Northwestern.
It was, and that was a close game, 21-20 final in Orange City. Both of these two teams beating Northwestern for the first time this season.
All right, here's Camden Vance. His earlier PAT was blocked. High snap, brought down, kick, good. 5:49 left to go, third quarter. Defenders 26, Lancers 13, back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
It's game on at Yankton Pizza Ranch. Our buffet is loaded with hot pizzas, sweet desserts, and the country's best chicken. Plenty of food and plenty of room for a whole team or your whole family, whether you're celebrating a big win or just hungry for one. Everybody leaves full and happy. So huddle up and make it a buffet day every day from 11 to 8 at Yankton Pizza Ranch.
It's where life tastes better. Surround 'em up and head her down to the Pizza Ranch. Whoa, that's good.
Waholes, 31 yards on the pass reception from Rugby Riken. The point after kick, good. And with 5:49 left to go here in the third quarter, it's Dordt 26, Mount Marty 13. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great drive there. Lancers desperately needed that. And they're back in this game. But now the defense has to hold. Vance will kick it off. Mantell Valverde back deep for the homestanding defenders. And the ball, again, blown off the tee. And, I mean, somebody's got to come out there and be the holder. And that looks like it's going to be Tyree Shorter.
They're going to wave him off and try and do it again. You don't want to have somebody holding it because then you have one less guy running down on kick return coverage. Part of the reason why Dordt was able to have such a big one to start the second half.
All right, they kick it off this time. It's a wobbler end over end. It'll bounce and roll into the end zone touchback.
Perfect kick right in the corner of the end zone. Avoided the kick return coverage from Dordt and still got it through the end zone. That was great. That was good placement.
Yeah, that certainly was. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Les Schwab Tires. For tires, brakes, alignments, and more, visit Les Schwab Tire in Yankton. Get more from Les. All right. From the 25-yard line, windy conditions here, cloudy skies, temperature 62. First and 10, Dordt. They operate right to left on your radio dial. Colson Cruz at quarterback. And he will hand it off, and this is going to be Fritz. Bounces to the left side. He has an open field to the 30, to the 40, to midfield where he's pushed out of bounds. Thomas Fritz has just been dynamite today for Dordt.
Yes, he has. Thomas Fritz, another great run. He's got 85 yards, along of 38 today with the touchdown in there.
That last drive by Mount Marty, 9 plays, 68 yards, 4:13 time of possession. But that was a 29-yard run by Fritz. First and 10 defenders from the Lancer 46. On first down, option play left, pitch. Valverde with the ball, knocks heads at the 42-yard line. Gain of about 4 on the play.
Last play of north of 20 for Fritz does put him over the century mark in the ball game as well. 114 yards now on 8 carries.
Well, hey, coming into the game, he was averaging 13.5 yards per carry. He is a big play maker for the Dordt defenders.
Yeah.
And again, they are so deep at the running back position. Yeah. They just rotate guys in and out throughout the game. 4 or 5 running backs will carry the ball throughout the contest for Dordt. Pistol formation. Now Valverde comes in motion. It is going to be a play-action pass, and it is caught out on the left side near the 26-yard line. And that pass is complete to Jake Van Dong, his second catch of the year.
And his first catch that wasn't a touchdown. His first catch and only catch on the season, a 27-yard touchdown.
Ball out of bounds at the 26-yard line. First down, Dordt. As Cruz putting together a pretty good afternoon, just being efficient, throwing the football. Not great 5 of 11, but he's come up big on some third downs. First down and 10, Dordt. Out of the pistol formation, it is McCoy straight ahead, and he's tripped up. He had a hole to run to, gain of 2. That was Tyree Shorter with the tackle, or check that. No, it was Damian Baldwin. Yeah, that was Damian Baldwin with the tackle, not Shorter. Baldwin will check out here Lubers back into the game. Second down and 8. 3:20 and counting, third quarter. Dordt up 26-13, and they're driving. They're at the Lancer 24-yard line, second down and 8. High snap. It is going to be Valverde up the middle. Spins off one man, leans forward, gets to the 21. Call it a gain of 3.
All right, third down. Lancers needing to get off the field. Comeback start with defense.
They do, and that's what happened against Concordia. They forced some stops. They got the scoop and score. Great time for one right now as we're under 3 minutes to go here in the third quarter. You got to figure this may be 4-down territory for the defenders at third down and about 4. Pistol formation, play action. Cruz, he is going to take off and run. He'll have the first down running to his left. He's got more. He's into the end zone. Touchdown on the 21-yard scramble by Cruz. That is his third rushing touchdown today. And you know what? He didn't hesitate.
Oh, the acceleration was impressive. Like, he dropped back, and I think it was a design draw. He dropped back, set up to pass, and then just took off, shot out of a cannon. Like, the acceleration there was impressive. He was gone before any Lancer even realized it. Wow.
Yeah, I think he maybe had one read and then saw the field was wide open, and the decision was made. And you're right, for a guy 6 foot and 100 pounds, and I think he's taller than 6 foot, but he accelerated quickly. And here's the point after kick by Leinen. It is good. 2:32 left, third quarter, 33-13. It's Dordt on top of Mount Marty. Back with the kickoff in 30 seconds on KYNT.
Parker of Yankton is powering progress, and you can be part of it. We're adding 2 new production lines and expanding our team with a product and a mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line techs, and assemblers for both shifts. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Join a company where innovation meets opportunity, right here in Yankton. Be part of something bigger. Apply now at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
That last scoring drive by Dordt, 6 plays, 75 yards, 3:17 time of possession. Colson Cruz, 21 yards on the quarterback scramble, his third rushing touchdown of the day. And it's 33-13, Dordt on top of Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Great to have you along for the ride here on a Saturday afternoon in October. Cloudy skies, 60 degrees, 15% chance of rain. It was very sunny and bright when we started. Clouds have rolled in here in Sioux Center, Iowa. And here's the kickoff, high end over end. Boy, the wind held that one up. Bounces in front of Carbajal at the 12-yard line. He'll pick it up and run ahead and get across the 23. Wow, the wind just took that one.
Yeah, it did. The wind has come up pretty heavy here in the second half. When you're kicking it high up in the air like that, we've seen Carbajal have to make the adjustments on those kick returns. He is running to get underneath of it as it's dropping like a stone out of the sky. That one, a big gust of wind caught it, and it just fell in front of him.
But he managed to corral it quickly and
get it off the
avoid
bounce.
Disaster. And here's our cinder block guy again.
Yeah,
right
he's
in
walking
front
down.
of it.
They're trading it off, looks like. It looks like, I'm not sure if it's maybe red shirts or maybe high schoolers on visits, but they're not dressed. They're wearing, a couple of them wearing jerseys, otherwise just black T-shirts, just holding cinder block. It's fun.
Here's a pitch to the left, and Hirsch is going to try to turn the corner, short gain on the play. Let's see where the referee steps out of bounds, or where he stepped out of bounds. Gain of 2. Could be some JV guys down there too.
Yeah, perhaps.
You know, getting a chance to maybe dress, you know, guys who are probably into the bench guys, and I kind of like that. You know, they're getting
strength.
Yeah. You know, and that's the thing. There's so many, you know, little things like that on the sideline, you know, morale builders, team builders. You see that at pretty much every level of college football.
A little bit of rain coming down, a slight drizzle.
Alrighty, and here's Riken dropping back on second down. He's swarmed under and sacked back at the 18-yard line. And let's see who got that sack for the defenders. That was Derek Pop, senior out of Creston, Iowa.
First sack of the season for Pop, and that was a big one. He just went straight up the middle of the Lancer offensive line, got to the quarterback, and it's 3rd and long.
And again, this Dordt defense, 11 new starters. There are some familiar faces back from last year, reserves who got ample playing time, but This, in a lot of ways, a brand-new defensive unit, and they have been one of the best in the nation, limiting opponents to 6.8 points per contest. Lancers have 13 at the moment. Third down and long. Blitz coming. Riken stands, throws, and there's clear pass interference at the 25-yard line.
And it took the official that was staring right at it did not throw the flag, and then the line judge on the far side of the field came in to throw it for him.
Yeah, Broadnax was the intended receiver at the 25-yard line. He was hit and knocked down well before the ball arrived. Pass fell incomplete. Clock stops. 1:01 left, third quarter. This got to be pass interference.
Oh, it's got to be. I'm still surprised the official that was right in, like the umpire right in the center of the field was staring at it, didn't throw the flag. The line judge on the opposite side of the field came running in to throw the flag because the buddy missed it. So we'll see what the word is.
Connor Singheisen, our referee. Pass interference defense. That will be an automatic first down for Mount Marty. That was clear as day.
Yeah, 100%. Without a doubt.
So they'll march it off. And the umpire puts the ball down
now,
at the 42-yard line. I think that's a little too far.
Yeah, he went 15 yards from the spot of the foul, not from the line of scrimmage. So I'm not sure what's going on here. We're going to have, and everybody went downfield, so now they're going to have confusion of where the original spot was. It's from the line of scrimmage, not from the spot of the foul is where you start the 15
and the line
yards.
of scrimmage, fortunately, it's still on the scoreboard. It was the 19-yard line. That should move it out to the 34 by my calculations. We're going to put it out at the 42, and now the officials have to huddle up again. Again, 61 seconds left here in the third quarter. It's 33-13. Dordt on top of Mount Marty.
I think it's time for that 7th inning stretch. Everybody's got to wake up here and figure out what's going on. And now we're setting up at the 31-yard line? Now, why would we set up at the 31-yard line? Is it a 10-yard penalty?
Well, I'm not sure. If it was, it should be at the 29, unless, I don't know.
12-yard.
Well, we'll take the first down.
All right, yeah, first down.
First down, Lancers at the 31-yard line. Hart's in the backfield. He'll stay in and block. Riken will throw it to Hartz, who slips out of the backfield. He catches it, and he is hit hard, and he fumbles the football covered up.
Oh,
they're going to say he was down. It was Moshe Richmond who downed on the football, and we have a player down for Dordt, and this does not look good at the 31-yard line. He's trying to roll over to his back, but this was a situation where two Dordt players ran into each other making a tackle, and the Dordt players heading down to a knee as the Mount Marty players are going to head over to the sideline here. And this was a situation, I caught it out of the corner of my eye tail where they were trying to tackle Hartz, and as he went down, he dropped the football. Now the ball will be down at the 34-yard line, first down, or not first down, it'll be second down and 7. But as there are a couple of players coming in to make a tackle on Hartz, and when Hartz spun around, the defender got twisted around, and then he ended up slamming into a teammate who was coming in from the opposite side to make a tackle, and the player, we can't see who it is, he's being tended to, but he went down very awkwardly. He is moving his arms and legs. That's a very good sign, but boy, for a moment, that looked bad.
Guy was down, face down on the ground and was
quivering,
not moving, shaking a little bit. A teammate went up and was trying to help him up, and then motioned to the sideline.
He is moving. Okay, here's a good sign. He's sitting up now under his own power.
It looked like he was unconscious for a moment.
I know, and it looked bad when he went down. We're trying to pick out a number out there on the field. Again, we can't see from our broadcast location here. I think it is Kyler Bork, a backup safety out of Remsen, Iowa. And he is getting up, and he's taking off his helmet. They're testing him. Yes, it is. That is Kyler Bork, and he gets a well-deserved round of applause from both cheering sections here. And he is walking off the field under his own power. That is an excellent sign. That could have been bad. Because sometimes when players from the same team trying to make a tackle, sometimes they inadvertently hit each other at awkward angles. He's holding his left elbow, and we hope it isn't a serious injury. Hopefully it's one he can recover from. But boy, that for a moment there, that looked pretty bad. But fortunately, it looks like the young man is okay. He came off the field under his own power. Back to action. Reichen, play action. Being pressured, scrambles, just throws it, and it's incomplete, intended for Hartz at the 31-yard line. And Bork is being, he's taken over to the sideline here, and the trainers are going to look at him. He is holding his left arm. But the good thing is he is up and moving under his own power.
Yeah, that's a scary play, but returning to action here, it will be third down for the Lancers.
3rd and 7 from their own 33-yard line, 40 seconds left to go. Third quarter, Dordt 33, Lancers 13. Lancers trying to rally here. Carbajal comes in motion from left to right. Play action. Reichen looking, throws, and he is going to be sacked. The ball came loose, and I think it was recovered. No, they're going to say incomplete. It went out of his hand, and it's going to be ruled an incomplete pass, not a fumble, recovered by Dordt. And the Dordt
I'm not
fan,
sure I'd agree with that.
I think the Dordt fans were screaming that was a fumble and not an incompletion. But maybe a lucky break there for the Lancers with 31 seconds left to go. 4th down coming up. Vance to punt. Valverde drops back deep to return for Dordt. Valverde standing at his own 27-yard line. Wind should be at the back of the punter, Camden Vance. Dordt backing away. Looks like they're going to set up the return, but pressure's coming. But Vance gets it away. High punt, angles towards the sideline. It'll bounce around the 35-yard line and out of bounds. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Mac. At Dakota Mac, they can help you do the heavy lifting when it comes to ag financing. Whether you're a farmer, investor, or beginning farmer, they'll work hard to find lending solutions to fit your needs. Learn more at dakotamac.com. We're keeping an eye on the sideline here, and Bork
looking
is
at Kyler Bork.
Yeah, they were examining his neck for a moment, but they're looking at that left arm of his. And again, I hope the young man's okay, as he was a part of a nasty collision here just a couple of minutes ago. 1st and 10, Dordt from their own 35-yard line. 23 seconds left to go here. Quarter number 3. Dordt up by 20. Pistol formation. Cruz at quarterback. He'll hand off. McCoy running to his right, puts his shoulder down. Penalty flag down. So's McCoy at the 40 after a 5-yard gain.
I think this one's going to back Dordt up a bit here. We might see a holding penalty.
Haven't seen too many of those today.
Not at all. In terms of penalties, Mount Marty has 2 for 19 yards, Dordt 3 for 15 yards.
Yep, as a holding call, and that is on the tight end, Ethan Snyder, the senior. So back him up 10 yards. We'll probably get one more play here in the third quarter. Cruz on the afternoon, 5 of 11 passing, but he's run the ball 12 times for 46 yards, 3 rushing touchdowns. And now the clock has started up, so they're not even going to bother running a play here to end the third quarter. Dordt up 33-13. We got 3 quarters of football in the book. We'll take a 1-minute timeout, come back for the final stanza. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is Mount Marty Football, and you are listening to KYNT.
FM 1021 and AM 1450 KYNT.
Yankton. Heartland Humane Society needs your help finding forever homes for over 750 pets. Pets in the shelter's care are fully vaccinated, microchipped, and always great with people. You can help by volunteering to walk a dog or cuddle a cat, by fostering a pet for just the weekend or long term, by making a donation to cover an animal's care, or by choosing adoption. To learn more, visit heartlandhumanesociety.net.
Beef, pork, seafood, poultry, and more, all at the Meat Lodge in Yankton. Get top quality meats at great prices. They have specialty items like lamb, brisket, bison, mahi-mahi, crab legs, and lobster. They even have non-meat options like Dimmick cheese, pickled items, seasonings, and sauces. The Meat Lodge in Yankton on the way to the lake on Highway 52, For more, call 689-3000 or go to themeatlodge.com.
Getting ready for the fourth quarter of action here at Open Space Park in Sioux Center, Iowa. The homestanding Dordt Defenders lead Mount Marty 33-13. Homecoming day here for the Defenders. Cloudy skies, winds 20 to 30 miles an hour out of the north. We've had a couple of sprinkles here.
Yeah, we had sprinkling in the third quarter. It looks like that's done.
All right, it is first down and 20 after the holding call. Pitch, Fritz to the left side, tries to turn the corner, and he may have gotten about 10 yards. And boy, they are still pushing and shoving. Penalty flags down at the end of the play.
I have been waiting for exactly this. There has been a lot of pushing and shoving after plays so far, pretty much throughout the second half. Dordt is celebrating here. Looks like this one's going to be on Mount Marty.
Yeah, I think that's going to be on Cole Cripps, as he had a guy down and kept pushing him onto the ground after the play was over. And you think about that, that was a 1st and 20. It was a 10-yard gain by Fritz. But I think that penalty is going to be against the Lancers. And something when you play Dordt, you play anybody. Got to keep your cool. Got to keep your composure. You can't have those kind of penalties where they make you lose your cool. And, yeah, they're going to walk this one off, I think, against both teams. Okay, this is going to be offsetting. Unsportsmanlike conduct against both Lancers and the Defenders. So it's just wipe the board clean here. It'll be second down and 10. It was a 10-yard gain, so let's see, or was it a 10-yard gain? Referee's looking to spot the ball, and they're going to say Fritz actually was out of bounds at the 31 and not the 35. Well, I thought he got 10 yards on that play. They're only going to give him a gain of 6. So it'll be 2nd and 14. That may be a break there for Mount Marty, because the
Maybe
marker.
Something weird with the penalties.
I don't know. Well, back to action. 2 backs in the backfield. Here comes a man in motion, and it'll be the option play. And it was going to be a halfback pass downfield, tipped away, and incomplete. Penalty flag at the 50-yard line. It was a halfback pass on the option play, and this one I think is going to be against Mount Marty for pass interference, perhaps. Waiting to see from the official what the signal is. But the Dordt fans and players celebrating a bit. Flag at the 45-yard line. Well downfield. Clock stops, 14:27 left. Fourth quarter, Dordt 33, Lancers 13. Pass interference defense.
They say 15 there? That'd be Damian Baldwin if it was 15.
Couldn't catch the number, but it will be a first down, and they will spot the football, let's see, at the 45-yard line. So that's where they'll have it, 1st and 10. Dordt, the wind at their back. They move left to right on your radio dial. This is a north-south field here in Sioux Center. 2 backs in the backfield. Play action. Throw over the middle. Caught. And that is going to be Williams at the 40, and he'll be tackled at the 37-yard line. Rhett Williams, another catch. Well, but we've got ineligible man downfield against Dordt. That'll wipe out that pass completion.
Yeah, running the RPOs, you got to have just incredible awareness by your offensive line to know whether he handed it off or not. Because if he handed it off, you got to get downfield running the football. But if he took it out of the belly of his running back and drops back to pass, you got to stay behind the line of scrimmage.
All right, so we'll back him up. 5 yards. Replay first down. Ball at the 40-yard line of Dordt. 1st and 10 Defenders. They're trying to stay unbeaten on the year. Trying to stay in that top 10. They're at number 10 currently in the polls. It's going to be a handoff, and that is going to be McCoy up the middle, struggles ahead for 4 yards. You're right. I've noticed this too. A lot of pushing and shoving.
Yes, there is.
After the plays.
And it's been the entirety of the third quarter. You know, there's been a couple from both teams. We just saw the penalty. The first one of the game came in on Mount Marty. There have been more than one play that there could have been thrown on both teams in this second half. We'll see if it continues here. That penalty might have got some cooler heads. I don't know.
2nd and 11 for the defenders. 2 men out either side, pistol formation. Lancers showing blitz. They'll come. High pass, screen pass out to the left side, incomplete. Intended for Looker, and out there guarding him was Oliver. Incomplete, pass too high. Mount Marty Football today brought to you in part by Core Trust, helping you achieve your personal and business goals. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations with Core Trust. Member FDIC. All right. 3rd and 11 here for the Dordt defenders. 2 men out either side. Pistol formation. Straight drop back. Cruz has time. Now he's pressured. And here's a penalty flag down. Cruz scrambles. He gets ahead just a yard shy. And now we're going to have more pushing and shoving. Penalty flags all over the field.
Yeah, that was not good from the Lancers. So I think we're going to have a holding on the defenders at the start of this play. But then quarterback, as he's running the football, Cruz goes down, and he kind of slides there at the end. A man was able to get a hold of him. A second Lancer came in and put a hit on him as he's on the ground. It's just, there's going to need to be some penalties to get some cooler heads to prevail. Coaches have got to kind of pull their guys aside and say, hey, we got to calm down and just play this game. It's starting to get a little too chippy.
Agreed. As the clock stops with 13:18 left. Unsportsmanlike conduct after the play. 3rd down, so they'll replay the down. So
the home crowd is shouting if both penalties are enforced, a personal foul on the defense would mean 1st down for the offense. So,
but you do have the holding call.
The holding, yeah, but that wouldn't affect the down marker. However, the penalty on the defense does. So if they're enforcing both, the yardage would get screwed up, but it should still be a 1st down for the offense. Yep, and that's exactly what the correction is. It's an automatic 1st down on the unsportsmanlike. So the yardage is going to be weird here because it's a 15-yard penalty on Mount Marty and a 10-yard penalty on Dordt. Might just be a net 5 yards, and they move the 1st down marker. So currently, the 1st down marker is at the 45-yard line in Dordt territory. The new 1st down marker looks like it's going to be the 49 is where he just marched to?
Yeah.
All right.
Because it was 3rd and 11.
Right.
So, yep, they've got the yardage right. So it's at the 49-yard line of Dordt, 1st down and 10. And another, again, mental mistake by the Lancers. They had holding. They were going to back him up 10 yards.
Yep.
But the unsportsmanlike conduct.
It was after the play. Quarterback's on the ground. You just hit him late.
And I think Joel Penner is going to call a timeout to get things under control here for his team. 13:04 left, 4th quarter. Dordt 33, Mount Marty 13. This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch. For legendary chicken and the best pizza, it's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. Back in 30 seconds right here on KYNT.
As a proud community bank, Core Trust delivers more than just checking and savings accounts. We invest in the cities and towns where we live and work by volunteering to coach youth sports teams, supporting local charities and the arts with our time and resources. Whether we live in a rural town in South Dakota or a suburban city in Minnesota, it's a place we call home. Core Trust Bank. Raise your expectations.
Member FDIC.
Dordt spends their first timeout of the second half. They're ahead 33-13 over Mount Marty. 13:04 left, 4th quarter. I'm Steve Thum. He's Tehl Tanner here. Cloudy day in Sioux Center, Iowa. Winds about 20 to 30 miles an hour out of the north. Dordt has it 1st and 10 from their own 49-yard line. One man in the backfield, McCoy in the pistol formation. Cruz wants to throw. Now he'll run, tries to bounce to the outside, and penalty flags down, and so is Cruz at the 41-yard line. But I think this one's coming back with a holding call.
Yeah, another holding penalty. So we were talking about the penalties just a moment ago. The Lancers had, I think, 2 penalties in the game for about 15 yards. Dordt had 3 for 20 about. That has exploded. Dordt is sitting here. I think they've got 6 for 61. That's before this one. Mount Marty's had a couple unsportsmanlikes, 15 yards each. It's starting to rack up now in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, holding on the offense. 10 yards from the spot of the foul, and they'll replay first down. I just remember some years ago when I was announcing for Briarcliff, and I think they had, over a 3-game stretch, 45 penalties. And we hope it doesn't get to that. And but, sometimes, things just snowball.
Yeah.
And, sometimes you see teams just rack up penalties like crazy, and sometimes they're due to lack of composure.
And that's the 8th penalty on Dordt for 105 yards. They have over 100 yards of penalty yardage to the defenders. And most of it in this fourth quarter.
Cruz on the option to his left, pitches. McCoy turns the sidelines, and he'll get out of bounds. The question is on the spot. Where does he go out of bounds? Might have gotten the penalty yards back. They're going to put him at midfield, so that's a gain of 11. It's 3rd down and 9.
This has been a weird drive.
It's been a weird second half, to be honest with you. I mean, the first quarter went by lickety-split. Second quarter saw a lot of scoring late. And the third quarter is, seeing the teams, both teams score. In the fourth quarter, it's just been a penalty fest. We've only played 3 minutes. Hand up the middle, Valverde. He is stacked up and dropped, no gain.
That's probably the weirdest part of this fourth quarter. We've only played 3 minutes of this fourth quarter. And how long have we actually been in the fourth quarter? Penalties stop the clock. And with the amount we have seen here in the last 2-3 minutes, I feel like we're on 15 minutes of real time at this point and 2 or 3 minutes past. Like, it's wild.
3rd down and 9 coming up from midfield for Dordt. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. All right, let's see what the defenders come up with here on 3rd and 9. 2 men out to the right, 1 to the left. Play action. Cruz throws down to the right sideline. It is going to be almost picked off by Pierce at the 32-yard line, incomplete. Intended for Snyder, the tight end. And we've got more extracurricular activity at the 40-yard line.
Now let's see what happens here, because Bryson Mitchell was tangled up with 2 different defenders, and one defender was on the ground, and he flailed his legs out and kind of wrapped them around Bryson Mitchell as he's getting up, and Bryson Mitchell kind of threw him off of him as he got up, and the flag is thrown. So I'm not sure if he's going to throw it on the Dordt defender who was on the ground kind of kicking out to get Bryson Mitchell kind of wrapped up with his legs after the play to annoy him, or whether he's going to get it on Bryson Mitchell for getting him away.
Unsportsmanlike conduct against Mount Marty, and that's going to be resulting in another first down.
Wow. That's, I guess well done from the offensive lineman for being able to draw the foul. He was just sticking out his legs trying to annoy Bryson Mitchell, and the officials at this point in the game, when you have so many unsportsmanlike, they're ready to throw a flag off anything. It was pretty light from Bryson Mitchell. He just kind of pushed him away getting off. The guy was already on the ground. He just threw away his leg that was wrapped around him, and that's all it was. I was watching that, and it was
Yeah, it's been
all right.
It's been kind of ugly football here on both sides here in quarter number 4. 11-14 left. Fourth quarter, 33-13. Dordt on top. And after the penalty, have it 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line. And here's McCoy up the middle into the line, and he'll bust ahead to the 30-yard line, call it a gain of 5. 2nd down coming up. And for Dordt, you got to figure maybe they start slowing things down. Of course, they're not a team that really plays at a fast pace.
No, and they've got a 20-point lead in the fourth quarter. They're going to be trying to run the ball as much as they can. They do anyway, but yeah, taking a lot of time between plays to get the clock down.
They'll split out one receiver each side. Cruz pistol formation. He'll hand it off to McCoy up the middle. He'll surge ahead, gain 3. Brings up 3rd down and 2. Cripps with the tackle for the Lancers. Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Parker Hannafin. It's day 1 of your new career. Parker of Yankton has immediate openings for all production positions, offering newly increased wages, 13 paid holidays, and some of the most competitive benefits in the area. It all begins on day 1. Learn more at parker.com. Big 3rd down. We're going to back them up there. Say 3rd down and 3. Double tight end set. One receiver each side. Play action. Cruz looking downfield. Has time. Throws to the right sideline. Caught. And Looker has it. No, he dropped it at the 20. Incomplete. Incomplete.
Now, I was wondering for a moment that whether that was going to be a catch fumble. If it was a catch fumble, Crownover was there and got the football. He grabbed it, came down, and then Amir Conley came in and put the hit on him and knocked him down. He definitely had 2 feet down and started to move when he hit him, and they're going to rule it incomplete.
All right, 4th down and 3 for the defenders with 9:47 left to go in this contest. Pistol formation. 2 receivers to the right, 1 to the left. McCoy in at running back. Valverde in motion. Option play to the right side. Pitch. Valverde wants to turn the corner, and he is going to be stopped shy of the marker. Great job to stretch out that play, and Delonte Dickey brings him down, and the defenders turn the ball over on downs.
So the extremely weird drive ends in turnover on downs. Takes a couple of minutes off the clock here. We're under 10 to go in the 4th, but the Lancers get the ball back in the end. That was one
Bizarre.
of the weirdest drives I've seen all season. Probably the weirdest. There was penalties on both sides just going back and forth. Oh, my gosh. I'm excited to see when the live stats come in, the actual stats of that drive.
All right, here come the Lancers. 1st and 10 from their own 32-yard line. Riken throws. Almost intercepted at the 35-yard line. That was intended for Broadnax. Ethan Mills had a chance at it, but it was a little too tall for him. Incomplete.
Wow. Okay, so here's the numbers on that drive. It was a 14-play, 38-yard drive that took 5 minutes and 46 seconds off the clock, I believe. That is
bizarre. All righty, Hirsch in at running back. Carbajal out of the backfield in motion to the right side. Riken rolls out to his right, wants to throw on the run, and incomplete, intended for Carbajal at the 45-yard line. 3rd down and 10 coming up for the Lancers. They need something to happen here as they're down by 20 points. They've got time. They've got all their timeouts left. But they got to convert on this 3rd down. 3rd and 10. Ball's at their own 27-yard line. Riken looks to the sideline. He's got 3 receivers stacked out on the right side, 1 out on the left. Hirsch stays in at running back to block. Riken, the pocket collapses. He'll run on his own. He's up the field. He's to the 40-yard line, slides down. That's a 1st down for Mount Marty.
That's a great way by Rugby Riken to use his legs, get downfield, get some positive yardage for the Lancers, and they're working again at the 39-yard line in own territory.
Yep, that's a gain of 12 on that play. 1st down, Mount Marty. They are operating right to left on your radio dial here in quarter number 4. Under 9 minutes to go. They're down by 20. Broadnax in motion. Jet sweep. Broadnax, right side. Breaks 1 tackle, gets near midfield. That's where he's brought down. And he might have enough for a 1st down, depends on where the official spots him down. Now they're going to say it's a 9-yard, or nope, they're going to say it's an 8-yard gain. They're going to put him down at the 47. They need to get to the 49. 2nd and 2 coming up for Mount Marty. Riken has Hirsch in the backfield. He'll split out 2 men to the left side, 1 out to the right. Straight drop back. Riken throws over the middle and in. Oh, almost intercepted at the 30-yard line. He threw it right in between two defenders. Wahols was the intended receiver, but they were not on the same page of the playbook.
No, they were not. He threw it to, looks like Riken was trying to throw it to a spot, and there was no receiver on that spot. Both Brinsley and Waholtz were kind of in the area, but the pass, if it was intended for one of them, I think it was trying to go to a spot, and no wide receiver was working to that spot.
Mount Marty football today brought to you in part by Dakota Beverage. Remember, whether it's Coors Light or Miller Lite, please drink responsibly. 3rd down and 2. Pistol formation. They'll go to the run, and Hirsch has a first down across midfield. Contact, he'll put his shoulder down, get to the 45. Good gain, move the chains, first down. Lancers, they're in Dordt territory. They keep the drive alive. And they're going to come quickly to the line of scrimmage. Now they're going to go with the hurry-up offense. Quick pass, and it's caught. Wahols out of bounds at the 41-yard line. Gain of about 4.
Quick update on the freshman safety, Kyler Bork, who exited the game back in the 3rd quarter with a scary injury. He's standing on the Dordt sideline with his left arm in a sling, but he's standing up, walking around, looking all right.
Riken drops back. Now he'll scramble and run. He's across the 35, and he lunges ahead. He's near the 31-yard line. That's enough for a first down. And a penalty flag back near midfield. And a Lancer starting to pull back.
Yeah, this should be a holding penalty.
Holding on the offense.
Yep.
So they'll back him up 10 yards and wipe out the great scramble by Rugby Riken. 7:15 left. 4th quarter. Dordt 33. Mount Marty 13. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Started off a sunny day, but it's overcast now here in Sioux Center, Iowa. 3 receivers out on the right side on 2nd and long. Riken feeling some pressure, throws to the right sideline, got a man, and it is going to be intercepted, but was he out of bounds?
Yeah, it looked like he was pretty well out here. The officials are talking
Incomplete.
about it. Okay, yeah.
Incomplete at the 30-yard line, as jumping up into the air was Ethan Mills to intercept the ball, but his momentum took him out of bounds. The feet were not down. Incomplete.
I was surprised they even took a moment to talk about that. I thought he was well out. But they did take a moment just to make sure they've got it right, which is the good thing to do. But, yeah, incomplete.
All right, 3rd down and 16 for Mount Marty. They're at their own 49-yard line. 2 men in the backfield. Carbajal clears out. Hirsch stays in. Blitz coming. Riken steps up, wants to throw. Downfield, got a man. Oh, and it is intercepted at the 30-yard line. And picking off the pass, that was Nathan Feldman. And that will give Dordt the football at their own 37-yard line.
Yeah.
2nd interception of the day.
Oh,
but
there's a
hold the
flag,
phone.
though.
Penalty flag down at the 40-yard line.
Well, he just picked it up.
Oh, during the return, illegal block on Mount Marty. That's a first down. During the return. Of the interception.
So, blocking infraction on Mount Marty after the interception. Now, as soon as he caught it, he went right down.
He did take a couple of steps.
Like
but
he was grabbed right away and then fell forward
Yeah.
another 2 yards as he was wrestling.
6:58 left to go. 4th quarter. Dordt on top. And they will have good field position in Lancer territory. They're going to put the ball down at the 48-yard line. And the defenders holding all the aces at the moment, up by 20, and they got the football. All they got to do is just bleed some time off the clock here, and they'll go home with a W. First down and 10. Pistol formation. See if they keep it on the ground. They will, and that is McCoy up the middle. Surges ahead. He'll get to the 45-yard line, gain of 3. And you got to figure that the defenders will be in no hurry whatsoever. Just bleed some time off the clock.
Yeah, we're under 7 minutes to go here.
Cruz has been outstanding the way he has directed this offense today. Passing-wise, only 6 of 15, but he's run for 3 touchdowns, 66 yards, and he spread the ball around. And that's what this Dordt offense does. They do not rely on just one guy, either at a quarterback, receiver, or running back position. McCoy trapped in the backfield, and he'll be swarmed under. He'll lunge ahead to the line of scrimmage, but that's all. No gain on the play. Delonte Dickey in on that play. Bring up 3rd down and 7. And all that Dort's looking to do is just try to move the chains. And even if they don't, they can punt it away. And so far, I don't know. They haven't punted at all today.
They have not. They've gone for it on 4th down 3 times today, which is, if you've been tuned into the whole broadcast, we've talked about it at length. They've gone for it on 4th down exactly 5 times all year. So
Orozco, their punter, has only punted 9 times this season. Straight drop back out of the shotgun. Cruz the long ball down the sideline. There's a lot of pushing and shoving, incomplete. Looker, the intended receiver, but no penalty flags down.
Whoa.
Hand fighting down there between, I think that was Mohammed and Looker down the right sideline.
It was Asmar Muhammad. Now, the home crowd, you could probably hear it on our mics, very upset, and they should be. It was very clear defensive pass interference. But Asmar Muhammad, the defender in coverage, he went down really awkwardly there. And the Lancers are trotting out there.
Yeah, the trainer's coming out here.
Oh, man.
Yeah, down, it's on the near sideline, near the end zone, is where he ended up falling down after the incompletion as Cruz threw a long ball down the sideline to Looker. And Mohammed is getting up, and he will walk off the field under his own power. And that stops the clock with 5:21 left here in the 4th quarter, 4th and 7. And, yep, here comes the punter, Ivan Orozco. 9 punts on the year.
Through 5 games.
Yeah, so that's less than 2 per game. I'm betting most of those came in the game against Northwestern.
Yeah, when they finished with a win, 21-20.
And it'll be Pierce to drop back near his own 10-yard line. Orozco's averaging almost 44 yards a punt. He's got the wind behind him. Ball at the 45-yard line. Well, Marty crowding the line, but they'll set up the return, aiming towards the sideline. This is a really good punt. It's going to bounce and roll into the end zone, so that's a touchback. And that'll bring out the Lancer offense. Well, they got 5:14 to work with. They're down by 20. Don't forget, after the game, we'll have the post-game show that's brought to you by Aztec. We'll recap the stats, the scoring drives, our recap of the game, and we'll get you caught up on scores from around the Great Plains Athletic Conference. Not that many games in the GPAC today. 3 teams with the bye as Riken brings up the troops. Pistol formation, play action, screen pass. That's going to be Carbajal. Or check that Waholes out on the right side. He'll get a gain of 5. Minute and a half to go on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. It's Northwestern ahead of Morningside, 14-13 with 90 seconds to go. Quick pass, almost intercepted. Another short out pass intended for Waholes.
That was Thomas McCullough in coverage, and he jumped that out route. If he was a half second earlier, he'd have taken that to the house for 6. That was close. They're down for the Lancers.
Yep, big 3rd down coming up here for Mount Marty. Midland beat Briar Cliff today. Final score 49-0.
Wow.
That's on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. Yeah, Mount Briar Cliff has really come into some hard times as of late after their win against Mount Marty. Riken throws, and it is going to be caught at the 40-yard line. That'll be enough for a 1st down. Moshe Richmond with the catch, his first of the day.
That's one of the things we talked about at halftime. They haven't been targeting wide receivers downfield a whole lot, trying to run the ball and run quick routes. Now throwing downfield in the second half. Wallholtz has 54 yards. Moshe Richmond just caught a pass. Carbajal has 2 catches, and Broadneck's caught one as well.
Reichen drops back to throw. The middle of the field's open. He'll scramble, fakes out a man. He'll get to the 45. To midfield, running to his left, slides down at about the 48-yard line. First down. I thought he got to the 46, but they'll give him the 48. Still a first down for the Lancers. 4 minutes to go. Fourth quarter. They're trying to get onto the scoreboard here in the waning moments of this game. Again, down by 20. Reichen trying to move him in a hurry. 3 men out to the right. Reichen drops back, being pressured. Finally throws to Hart, the safety valve out of the backfield, and he'll get about a 3-yard, maybe 3-yard gain on the play on the short pass. Second down and 7. Less than 3.5 minutes left to go. Dordt switching out some players defensively. Marty looking to the sideline for a play. 2 men out on the right side, 1 man out on the left side, 2 men in the backfield. There comes Carbajal out of the backfield, running to his right in motion. Reichen being pressured, makes a man miss, spins again, runs to his left. He's downfield. He'll get to the 40-yard line, out of bounds at the 39. Stops the clock with 2:53 left. Reichen, a couple of spin moves there.
Yeah, he's very good at evading pressure, and one of the things I really like as he's growing as a starting quarterback from his first season last year to this year, he's not taking hits on these scrambles. He's starting to slide, or in that case, go out of bounds. Last year, you'd see him go into contact, and it was always something to make you worry about your starting quarterback. But this time, they give him the extra yard here as well for the first down, and it's good for the Reichen to keep himself clean because they need him.
Well, they started up the clock again for some reason, even though Reichen went out of bounds.
They've been running it.
All right. And the Lancers come to the line of scrimmage at the 38-yard line of Dordt. First down and 10. Reichen drops back to throw. Steps up, throws a lateral, covered up by Hartz. That's a lateral. It's a run, technically, and it's a loss of 4 on the play because that pass went backwards.
And he also dropped it, so it was a good heads-up play by Hartz to realize he then had to jump on it because that would have been a fumble. It was backwards.
Yep, that was a live football there.
It was at least good he was able to jump on it, but a loss on the play, second and long.
And we've hit the 2-minute timeout here in the fourth quarter. Dordt comfortably in front, 33-13. We'll be back in 1 minute right here on KYNT.
The perfect place to get together with friends and family and watch the game and enjoy some of the best wings in town is Checkers Sports Bar and Grill. Checkers is open every day, and on Monday nights, the action gets even better. Cheer on Monday Night Football with $6 cheeseburgers and fries, plus play bingo and your chance to win great prizes. From mouth-watering wings to juicy burgers and stacked sandwiches, Checkers Sports Bar and Grill is Yankton's favorite destination for food, friends, and game day fun. Your game days belong at Checkers. Looking for fuel or more? Stop by Triple Time Rudy's, your locally owned convenience store at 17th and Broadway. At Triple Time Rudy's, they're proud to support the community, offering fuel discounts to Yankton's largest employers and backing local activities and events. Inside, you'll discover regional favorites like Dimmick Cheese and premium meats from the Kaler and Renner lockers. Whether it's a quick snack, a tank of top-quality fuel, or a taste of local goodness, Triple Time Rudy's, fueling your day, fueling the community.
Back to action here at Open Space Park in Sioux Center, Iowa. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. We've hit the 2-minute break. Second and 14 for the Lancers. Straight drop back. Reichen pressured. Eludes one man. He'll scramble, and he will run sideways down the field and finally be hit hard at the 31-yard line as he was trying to fake it to one of the men following him out of the backfield. That was Malachi Hartz.
I don't know
Good
if I
game.
announcers jinxed him there, but he did not slide on that one, and he got rocked.
Yeah,
that
but
was a big hit.
Yeah, he gets back up quickly, though. Clock running, 1:30 and counting. 3rd down and 3 for the Lancers. They do have all 3 of their timeouts left. Reichen stands in the pocket, throws to the end zone, and it is going to be intercepted at the 5-yard line. Intercepted by Dordt, and making the interception is Nathan Feldman. And that should pretty much do it for this particular contest.
Yeah, just, final 2 minutes, you got to get down the field, desperation throws, just chucking it downfield. A couple late interceptions to seal the ball game.
Update on the Gerstner Oil scoreboard. This is a big one. Final, Northwestern 14, Morningside 13.
And that is massive, especially for Dordt here, who is going to go up to number 1 in the conference here after Morningside's first loss.
In conference play.
In
Remember,
conference
they
play.
lost to Benedictine
As
earlier
well,
this
their
year.
second loss total.
So Dordt in the driver's seat in the Great Plains Athletic Conference. They're just going to close this one out here with 1:18 left to go, and they'll hand it off up the middle. And carrying the football, that is Connor Dodd, a freshman out of Hartley, Iowa.
You remember,
penalty flag down at the end of the play.
That was thrown pretty late here.
And let's see what the officials say here in the waning moments of this contest.
Yeah, I'd already looked away from the play. Play was over, and then the flag flew.
Right in the middle of the field,
Yep.
at about the 15-yard line. And the Dordt, think about this campaign, what it could potentially mean for Dordt. They finally beat Northwestern. Personal foul on the defense against Mount Marty.
Now,
15 yards, automatic
wow.
first down. And we have a timeout called on the field. And believe the
Mount Marty had taken the timeout before that penalty had even flying. I could see John Micheletti running onto the field to take the timeout after the first down, and then the flag was thrown. Somebody said something after the whistle, I guess. I didn't see anybody getting physical. I didn't see like an altercation or anything. Did you, Steve? It was mostly.
I did
must have
not.
been verbal.
It must have been. I did not see any players flying around, no pushing or shoving, but it will walk it off out to the 31-yard line. This timeout being brought to you by Pizza Ranch for legendary chicken and the best pizza. It's Yankton Pizza Ranch. They're on Broadway. Call them at 665-1222. We're going to keep it here during this timeout here with 1:09 left to go in the contest. And really, with a couple of timeouts left, all really Dordt has to do is take a knee.
Yep.
But here's the thing I'm thinking about for Dordt, and we'll talk about this more in the post game. They're unbeaten still. Morningside has a loss in conference and a non-conference loss. Dordt is in the driver's seat to get that automatic spot for the playoffs. And remember, Dordt plays Morningside in Sioux City for the final game of the year. And it's going to be handoff up the middle. Dodd rushing through the defenders, and he'll get a gain of about 9. Under a minute to go. And let's see here. It looks like the Lancers not spending a timeout. And let's see if the defenders just go to victory formation or if they try to get this last yard. They really don't need to. Looks like Lancers are throwing in the towel. No. And they're going to kind of wind the play clock down here. 15 left. And they're going to go to victory formation. Only have to. And the teams are going to line up and shake hands at the middle of the field. Mount Marty, well, now they've stopped the clock with 16 seconds left for some reason. I'm not sure why. Did somebody spend a timeout? I would hope not. It really doesn't matter at this point. I guess the Lancers have. Yeah, Lancers, I think they spent a timeout here.
I didn't see who he motioned at.
I'm not sure either, but it was one more time. We're going to have to run the victory formation here, I guess. Oh, I think we might have had an injury. There was one player kind of limping off the field there. I think that was Corey Chavez. He was kind of walking gingerly to the sideline. And, well, we're going to line up here, run one more play, I guess. Well, we got a standard formation, and it is a handoff to Dodd, and he'll have the first down, I believe, on a 2-yard gain. And they are going to give them the first down, and somebody fell down on the field there.
Somebody just jumped in the air and onto the ground to try and flop and draw one more personal foul. That was Ethan Hoyer, junior offensive lineman, hometown kid out of Sioux Center, who was trying to draw one more.
I'm not sure if they ran that play maybe to give one player just a play in the game, maybe on the offensive line, just to give them a play. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But we're at 0-0 on the clock. The game is over. There you hear the final gun, and it is Dordt prevailing over Mount Marty, 33-13 here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Dordt is 6-0 on the year. They're tops in the GPAC conference. Mount Marty falls to 4-3. We're going to take a timeout, come back and have the postgame show brought to you by Aztec. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. Back in a couple of minutes right here on KYNT.
A big thank you from Mount Marty University to one of Yankton's greatest employers and friend of the community, Aztec. They're very proud to support the Mount Marty Lancers. The vision at Aztec is to build industry-changing solutions that create life-changing opportunities. And you can build a career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Click careers at aztecindustries.com. Best wishes, Mount Marty, from your friends at Aztec.
Hannah is at the library, and she brought Runza onion rings.
They're very crunchy, and crunchy is loud.
That's the double-dipped breading talking. Maybe they'd be quieter if you dip them in Runza's onion ring dip.
Wait, they have onion ring dip?
They do. Make some noise for Runza's homemade onion rings and dip, because Runza makes it all better.
Runza on Broadway by Menards in Yankton.
Busch Light, the perfect companion for hunting season. Because let's be honest, the stories, the laughs, and that first cold sip are half the reason you head out before sunrise. Whether you bag a trophy or just some good memories, make sure there's a Busch Light waiting at the end of the day. It's the beer that fits right in with early mornings, muddy boots, and tall tales of the ones that got away. Busch Light, brewed for hunters and storytellers.
Buying a home isn't just about real estate. It's about investing in yourself. At the Move Group, we believe the best time to buy is when it makes sense for you. Our expert agents put people before transactions, meaning we listen first, provide honest guidance, and help you make a confident decision. No pressure, no gimmicks. Markets change, but the right home is about more than just numbers. It's about finding the right fit for your life and your future. When you're ready, we're here to help. Contact the Move Group today.
We're passionate about getting yearly mammograms because 1 in 8 women will be diagnosed with breast cancer. You can get a yearly mammogram to detect it early. Would it help if I requested nicely? Please, could you be so kind as to get a mammo? Or singing it. Get your mammogram starting at 40. Or with a British accent. Schedule your mammo with an Avera Breast Center at avera.org/breast or call 888-422-1410.
And welcome back to Open Space Park here in Sioux Center, Iowa. Final score, Dordt wins their homecoming game 33-13 over Mount Marty. Along with Tehl Tanner, Steve Thum here. This is the Aztec postgame show. Build your career with the group that's built to connect from rock to road. Interesting game here today. Kind of a bizarre game throughout the day, as it was 16-6 at halftime in favor of the homestanding Dordt defenders. And as we begin the rundown here of the second half, Dordt really took advantage of the opportunities, Tehl, in the second half. And part of that was their execution, and some of that was opportunities that Mount Marty gave them.
Yeah, it was a little bit of both. You start off the second half, a big kick return. They start off in Lancer territory. They go cash in with 6-7 points on that drive. Then the very next drive, the Lancers, I believe it was a 3-and-out. Maybe there was one first down in there, but it was a short drive.
Mm-hmm.
They punted away, and it was a great punt return that set them up in 1st and goal. Now, the Lancers were able to turn them away there, but a quick field goal, and it was 10 points early in the third quarter for Dordt, and they just never really looked back after that.
No, the defenders really put the clamps down on defense. There was a touchdown by the Lancers in the second half, but Dordt was comfortably in front by that particular point, and they just managed to run out the clock here in the fourth quarter, winning 33-13. That is your final score. Let's take a look at the game stats brought to you by the Meat Lodge. You want top quality meat at great prices? Well, head to the Meat Lodge in Yankton. They're on the way to the lake. That is on Highway 52, as we're hoping to get a word with Coach Micheletti here in a little bit. But while we're waiting for him, let's check out those stats.
Yeah, let's roll through them here. Total offense, Dordt, 71 plays, 424 yards. In the ball game, Mount Marty, 61 plays, 261 yards of offense today. Rushing yards for the Lancers, 119 on the ground. For Dordt, 342 yards on the ground for the defenders. Dordt receiving 82 yards. 6 of 16 was Cruz today for those 82 yards. 37% completion percentage on the day. No touchdowns, no interceptions, 1 sack. For the Lancers, 15 of 32 was Rugby Riken. 2 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. I think 2 of those in the fourth quarter when they were down, just throwing the ball, trying to get back in it. 46% completion percentage, 142 yards with 1 sack in there. Running the football, Lancers had 119 yards on the ground. Riken had 48 yards. That was actually the team high. Almost all of that late. 25 yards for Kyle Hirsch, 25 yards for Malachi Hartz, 14 for Ronnie Broadnax on 2 carries, 2 end-arounds there, and Jameer Pearson had 2 carries for 7 yards as well. Receiving for the Lancers, 54 yards from Waholtz and a touchdown catch of, I think, 18 yards. 31 yards, excuse me. Kyle Hirsch had 5 catches today for 39 yards and the first touchdown of the game. Malachi had 3 catches for 16 yards. Malachi Hartz, Moshe Richmond, 1 for 15. Carbajal, 2 for 11. Broadnax, 1 for 7. Receiving for Dordt, we didn't go through. 2 for Williams for 32 yards. 2 for Looker for 23 yards. 1 for Van Dong and Fritz, each of 16 and 11, respectively.
Penalties, 8 on both clubs here today. Time of possession, about plus 6.5 minutes in favor of Dordt. Third down efficiency, the teams are actually pretty even. 6 of 13 for the Lancers, 7 of 13 for Dordt on the day. But it was that strong running game, 342 yards today for the Dordt defenders. That propels them to victory. And here in just a moment, we're going to hear from the head coach, John Micheletti, of the Lancers. This post-game interview is being brought to you by Conklin Distributing. They're packed with essential vitamins and nutrients. Rise Fuel gives you the power to push harder, go faster, and perform better. Fuel your ambition and unleash your potential with Rise Fuel. Coach, a tough loss today. You got off to the good start here. That first drive, 9 minutes, you kind of picked up right where you left off against Doane last week.
Yeah, that was the plan, and that was one of our focuses, to make sure that we start fast and be able to feed off of that. Unfortunately, they were able to respond right away, and one of those things that takes a little of that momentum away is the lackadaisical block on the extra point, to be able to give up that. We need that every point we can have. Obviously, didn't need it there in the end, but being able to win every play possible. Like, that's what we got to be able to play for, is just that play right then and there.
All right, and they managed to get some points on you there near the break, and you have to credit them, was they took advantage of some opportunities, and it seemed like this was a low-scoring game, 16-6 at the break, but, you got to tip your cap to them. They did what they needed to do.
Yeah, exactly. They were had some guys out. Wish I would have known about that, but that's the name of the game, right? Yeah. But no, I use the word manipulating in a good way for them. They're very manipulative with the offense and all that stuff like that, and even with their defense. So, they did some good stuff, especially before half. We call it the middle six, being able to finish the half and then be able to start that next half with a big play, which is the one thing we talked about all week on defense, is no explosive plays, and got a wrong fit on the edge there on the option play there that turned into a big play.
One thing you did for sure, Coach, the explosive plays were definitely kept to a minimum. They had to grind on every drive, every scoring drive. They really had to kind of dink and dunk chunk plays all the way downfield.
Yeah, that's what we wanted to make sure they're able to do. The bad thing is some of those penalties helped with that part, which is frustrating. I think that's the best crew we have in the GPAC too, so I'm not knocking anything that they do. It's just frustrating when how I teach them is playing through the whistle, and then they don't want to use their whistle. Just want to say, hey, play's over. And I'm like, well, that's not going to be good enough. So we got to make sure we get that figured out there in our league, obviously.
Now, there was a field goal attempt right before halftime, 6 seconds on the clock, and when the ball went through, I looked up at the scoreboard. It's a minor thing, but I saw 2 seconds on the clock.
I've never seen a 6-second, 30-yard field goal in my life.
That's the exact quote I said in the moment.
Yeah, like I said, it's part of the community. It's home field advantage. That's what you do, is try to skim off every second you can to make sure that your team can win, but other things that we can control.
Rodney Broadnax came back today, and he had a couple of good runs and a couple of good catches. What did you see out of number 4, that junior out of Tennessee?
Yeah, he's a big playmaker for us. Obviously, being able to stretch the ball down the field was tough, especially with their bracket coverage and things like that. You start to see Rugby being able to scramble a little bit there towards the end of the game. That kind of helped a little bit. But those sweeps and things like that are huge. And he's got such a long stride and fast on top of that. It's a good combination.
And he had the big touchdown there to Jackson Waholes, but he was wide open on the play. So what are you seeing from the sideline as that play develops?
Yeah, well, we saw cover 2 right away on that, and then their 2-player got lost in play action. So Jackson was able to win on an inside move, and the way Coach Lewis had it designed was able to – the safety had to pick either that guy or the guy on the numbers, and he picked the guy on the numbers, which led the middle of the field open, and Rugby just led him perfectly. Easy little touch pass for him.
In a specific individual performance, Daniel Pierce, I thought, really was playing well out there defensively. I had 2 pass breakups today. Great timing on both of them. Almost had that interception late as well. He was playing well.
He's a great player. I want to make sure that we can get as many plays out of him as possible. That's a lot of our game plan, was to get him making those plays. And speaking of cover 2, that's usually what we ran, but I had to call that back a little bit because I wanted him in the fit and being able to go tackle in the box and things like that, which he did very well.
He was in on that 4th down stop at your own goal line, too.
Yeah, it's hard to say that for a safety, right?
Cedric Walls got the start on the offensive line today. He's a freshman out of Austin, Texas, obviously filling some big shoes there. How did you rate his performance
Awesome.
today?
There was he did a great job. There was a couple of those plays, that first drive and a couple of those drives put together were running behind him on gap game. He's a big guy, so him pulling is going to be a good thing for him, and he just brings such great energy to our team, which is awesome, and it's rare for a freshman to kind of feed into the team like that. A lot of guys are soaking up, being sponges and stuff like that, but Cedric's looking out how ways I'm the next guy up, and I'm going to take advantage of it.
All right, so we talk. Oh, you got something you want to talk?
Let's turn to next week as we turn to Hastings, your upcoming Lancer Days opponent. They are locked in with Concordia. Final 2 minutes at home against Concordia, leading 29-26 at the moment. Now, obviously, you haven't watched that game yet, but can you tell me a little bit about the Broncos?
Yeah, no, I know their new offensive coordinator very well. He was a guy that I coached against in the KCAC when I was down in there when he was at Southwestern. And then, ironically, they hired him on at Kansas Wesleyan when I left to be the offensive coordinator. So Coach Lewis and him are even closer. They do a lot of or they used to do a lot of clinicking and stuff together, not so much anymore that they're in the same league. But they do a very good job of playing small ball, 12 personnel, outside zone, pin and pull, things like that, and be able to set up play actions off of that is their main thing. And they've had a pretty good defense, to complement that offense. So be anxious to get them home. Be a very tough battle there for our homecoming Lancer Days.
Yep, and that is a 3 o'clock kickoff. We got to remind people that 3 o'clock kickoff for the homecoming game, Hastings next week. And, Coach, any other things you got to say? All right, you got to talk to your team about as you prepare for the Broncos.
Yeah, I kind of mentioned it there at the end, and it was just the penalties. And obviously the game like this where there's a lot of care, and all that stuff. You want to make sure that guys are going to get a little chippy and stuff like that, but we got to make sure we can't give them, 15-yard penalties and extend drives or things like that. That's just is detrimental to our team, and it's drive killers, on either side. So got to make sure we sharpen that stuff up and learn from it. Everybody's going to make mistakes, but being able to learn from them is the whole point of making a mistake a positive.
All right, Coach, thanks for your time. And good luck next week against Hastings. We'll be talking to you, and have a safe trip back home.
Thank you, guys.
John Micheletti, head coach for the Mount Marty Lancers. We're going to take a 2-minute timeout. We'll come back. We'll continue the post-game show right here on KYNT.
KYNT, Yankton, FM 1021 and AM 1450.
Craving a sip of sunshine? Meet Surfside, iced tea, green tea, or lemonade. Real flavor, real juice mixed with vodka, but only 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and absolutely 0 bubbles. Whether you're into peach tea, mango green tea, or strawberry lemonade, Surfside brings the party, smart and smooth. It's like sunshine in a can with adult approval. Must be 21 or older. Surfside, 0 bubbles, all vibes.
Parker of Yankton is growing and investing in our community with 2 new production lines. We're hiring for a product and mechanical engineer, plus material handlers, line operation techs, and assemblers on first and second shift. We offer paid vacation, medical, dental, vision, and life insurance. Enjoy quarterly profit sharing, 5% 401k match, and a fully paid retirement income account. Be part of a company that believes in quality, teamwork, and building something that lasts right here at home. Apply today at parker.com/careers.
Parker, engineering your success.
Rewarding you for doing everyday things, like buying gas, shopping, and dining local. Does your bank do that? If you're a Core Trust customer, your bank does that. When you open a premium or preferred checking account and meet requirements, you get access to Core Trust perks powered by Bazing, an exclusive network offering 300,000 plus deals and discounts on dining, shopping, travel, fuel, and more. Visit us online, in person, or by phone. Terms and conditions apply. Member FDIC.
Aztec has some hot job openings right now. Aztec in Yankton is now seeking employees for all shifts for the following positions: welder, industrial painter, and machine operator. A career at Aztec offers competitive pay, 10 paid holidays, incredible 401k, paid parental leave, safety incentives, and sign-on bonus for production workers. To apply for these jobs or see what other opportunities are available, go to aztecjobs.com. Aztec, built to connect from rock to road.
Final score, Dordt wins on homecoming for them, 33-13 over the Mount Marty Lancers. Along with Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum. This is the post-game show for Lancer Football, brought to you by Aztec. We are going to check out the scoreboard now, being brought to you by Gerstner Oil. No matter what you drive, make sure you fuel up at Triple Time Rudy's on Broadway in Yankton. Tehl, we got a big upset in the GPAC today.
Yeah, we do. Northwestern defeats Morningside today in Orange City. 14-13, the final score. Morningside's second loss of the year and first in conference. Morningside has been beaten. 14-13, Northwestern took them down. Another final from today, Midland defeats Briar Cliff 49-0 in a massive shutout at home. Midland playing very, very well today. And then Concordia Hastings, see if I can get an update. There are 32 seconds left. Concordia just got in the end zone with 32 seconds to go. They lead now 32-29 by 3 at Hastings. So Hastings going to get the ball back. We'll see if they could do anything with it in the final 30 seconds. Down 3. That's going to be exciting.
And remember that Concordia last week went double OT at Midland before Midland finally prevailed. So some wild and crazy games happening across the Great Plains Athletic Conference today. Let's shift over to major college football. In the top 25 at halftime, no surprise, number 1 Ohio State ahead of Wisconsin 17-0. Indiana at the break ahead of Michigan State 21-10. Indiana number 3 in football. That's right. Football for the Indiana Hoosiers.
It's a weird year, man.
I know. Hey, we got a score update. 21-17 near halftime. Number 5 Ole Miss ahead on the road at number 9 Georgia. Excuse me. In the second quarter, Arizona State unranked ahead of number 7 Texas Tech 6-0 there. So the Sun Devil defense playing well. And number 22, Memphis trails on the road at Alabama Birmingham against the Blazers 10-7. That game near halftime in the second quarter. Final scores earlier today. Number 17, Vanderbilt knocks off number 10, LSU 31-24. Number 12, Georgia Tech, still unbeaten. They beat Duke today 27-18. And Oklahoma rolls by South Carolina 26-7. That's a final.
Let's go to the Missouri Valley Football Conference and FCS in the area. South Dakota leads Northern Iowa 17-7. 4 minutes and 5 seconds left in that ball game. South Dakota State leads Murray State 35-14. 2:48 left in the fourth quarter. North Dakota beat Southern Illinois today 38-19. Youngstown State defeats Illinois State in a close one 40-35. And finally, just starting the second half, NDSU over Indiana State 10-7.
All right, let's shift over to the Big Ten Conference. One game played earlier today. A lot of the Big Ten games actually going to be night games tonight. Michigan beat Washington 24-7. That is a final score. And Northwestern is leading Purdue 19-0 that game late in the third quarter of play. And, of course, the big game last night, Minnesota knocks off number 25, Nebraska 24-6. Final score in that particular contest. So let's quickly check scores from the Big 12 Conference. They're still in a delay. TCU playing at home to Baylor, 35-21. And earlier today it was Houston over Arizona. Houston 6-1. They're sneaky good this year, the Houston Cougars, 31-28. The score there, and Central Florida beat West Virginia today, blew them out 45-13. That's the final score. But that big upset with Northwestern, who has struggled at times, but they come back and they beat Morningside today 14-13. That is a huge, huge upset.
And another final just in out of the GPAC. Concordia does prevail on the road at Hastings. They survive a late surge by the Broncos, who I think had 15 fourth quarter points. Concordia scores with 30 seconds to go to give it a 32-29 lead. Hastings not able to get that final drive down the field. Concordia's defense prevails, and they win 32-29.
Here our score is 33-13. Dordt with the victory over Mount Marty. And now let's move on to our two awards that we hand out at the end of the game. First of all, our move of the game. That's brought to you by Mason Schramm. Are you buying or selling? Well, move with Mason and the Move Group, and we're going to go with the big touchdown pass.
Yeah, it was pretty late in the ball game. You know, we're getting into the third quarter. The Lancers are down 26-6. They're down 20 points, and the Lancers really need a drive. And they get one. They get down the field. They have a 9-play, 68-yard drive that takes 4 minutes and 13 seconds off the clock, and it was a 31-yard touchdown pass from Rugby Reich into Jackson Waholtz for the touchdown. That made it 26-13. Lancers kind of fought their way back into the game, made it a two-score game with just under 6 minutes to go in the third. Dordt was able to score a little later and kind of put a cap on it, but the Lancers, that was the last sign of life, and a 31-yard touchdown catch from Jackson Waholtz.
And that is our move of the game. Now we're going to have our Lancer player of the game brought to you by Avera. Visit Avera.org today, and thank you to Avera Health for supporting Mount Marty Athletics. And we're going to go with Kyle Hirsch.
Yeah, we'll go with Kyle Hirsch today. He had 25 carries on the ground, but it was really through the air that was impressive. He had 5 receptions, which was a team high, 39 yards and a touchdown, and it was the first touchdown of the game on that opening drive. Most of those receptions actually came on that opening drive, 3 of his 5, and the touchdown in there as well, with a couple of good carries. That opening drive was the best drive of the day for the Lancers for sure, and it was mostly Kyle Hirsch on that one.
Yep, so Kyle Hirsch is our player of the game, brought to you by Avera. So that's going to put a ribbon on this particular contest. A disappointing loss here in Sioux Center, Iowa. And, you know, we mentioned it during the broadcast, a couple of bizarre, penalties and drives and stuff like that. And it was the homestanding Dordt defenders. They took advantage of some short fields today and some opportunities presented to them by the Lancers. They prevail 33-13. So the Lancers, they got to regroup, and they've got to deal with homecoming week as Hastings comes to town next week.
Oh, homecoming week is here. Lancer days are here, and it's going to be one heck of a week for the Lancers. Home games all throughout the week, a bunch of volleyball and soccer, and then football on Saturday. And we open up basketball season this week,
wow.
Steve. There is a doubleheader basketball game on Thursday night. We'll have all the coverage right here on KYN TV as usual. Then the football game on Saturday at 3 o'clock.
And think about this. We're less than 2 weeks away from Halloween as well.
Yeah.
Wow.
This season has gone by pretty fast.
Yes, it certainly has. And remember, we will be on the air at 2 o'clock next week for Lancer football because the kickoff is at 3 o'clock. So it's a little later start than normal. So 3 o'clock for the kickoff, 2 o'clock for the pregame show here on KYNT. Tell your final thoughts on today's contest.
It's one to shake off. You know, you go on the road at the number 10 team in the nation for their homecoming. Everything's against you in a game like this. And it's a game you shake off, you refocus, and you go take care of business on your own homecoming. You got a Hastings team that has been playing well this year. They beat Northwestern earlier this season, the team that just beat Morningside this week. They just took Concordia to the wire this week. Hastings is playing pretty good football this season. Mount Marty's got to refocus up and take care of business at home on homecoming on Saturday. That's the focus.
Yep, and again, 3 o'clock, the kickoff for that particular contest. Before we wrap up, I'd like to thank Daniel Dykstra, the board operator, back in the studios in Yankton for running things. And also, we always have to thank Mike Biker here at Dordt University. He is the sports information director, and he always provides us with a lot of good information. And they are very good hosts here in Sioux Center. So hats off to a guy I've known for a long time, Mike Biker. He's a good guy, and he does a good job running things here at Dordt University. Well, that's going to do it. 33-13, our final score for today. We're going to talk to you at 2 o'clock next week. For Tehl Tanner, I'm Steve Thum, signing off from Sioux Center, Iowa. You've been listening to Mount Marty Football right here on KYNT. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you for listening to Lancer Athletics on KYNT, a riverfront sports property and Yankton's home team. Be sure to subscribe to the KYN-TV YouTube page and hit the notification bell so you never miss the action. You can also find KYNT on Facebook, X, Instagram, and online. Remember, KYNT is your home for Lancer Athletics.